it was vignette time, which, God, it's been like almost a month. But there was a lot of just mini interactions amongst the group and some of the other people involved in the story. Just some NPCs. That's the word. Just having moments that were some long overdue and some too pressing to put aside. If there was a bit with Marcus and Legacy and Kaya, Legacy and Ben Getty, Lockhart and Marcus, and Neon and Conoco, and amongst their various shenanigans, somewhere along the line, it would appear that Conoco, or not Conoco, Neon and Legacy discovered a mutual beneficial opportunity that evolved from the the awkward party that Neon and Conoco had crashed, which they had crashed a party at. Let me see if I can remember his name. He was a lawyer for Tetsuo, and I know I have his name in here somewhere. God damn it.
Didn't it start with like a G or something?
I think? I can't quite remember, but it's a house party.
Gronik Krishnov?
Yeah, Bronik Krishnov. Where did you find it? I'm looking through your notes because I know that you have it.
It's bolded.
I see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
A little more, like halfway through.
It's on the right, under the party time, close to the bottom.
Gronik Krishnov.
I will highlight it.
Yes. Anyway, that happened. You also met, and I don't know if you have him noted down, but you met the Moon. Do you remember the Moon?
Unfortunately, he is in the notes.
Who could forget the Moon? So, after you had... Ooh. So, we have picked up, and chronologically, we're kind of all over the place, but now we are going to coalesce and align. So, we are now about a week or a week and a half out from the events that transpired in Sishin Ward. From there, we've had all of those conversations and interactions. There's been a lot of setup that has taken place. And we're going to take time now to set up the potential raid / heist, whatever you want to call it, for whoever wants to participate, but primarily Neon and Legacy. So you both know right now the name of the person involved, or not the person involved, but the name of the person who you are targeting in quotation marks. You know the location of his house. You know his occupation and very loosely a standing in the company. He's very clearly like a higher up legal position at Tetsuo. He might not be the highest. He might not be in like the inner circle because they have a very large legal team. But the hope is that he will have some information that is useful to them, possibly, or that is useful to you, either by way of blackmail or just general leverage. What I would like to know from all of you is who wants to be involved in this little episode of this little heist. And of those who want to be involved, how would you want to contribute? And I will just start with the list here. So, Iris, are you interested in this heist at all? Would Lockhart Lockhart want to be a part of this?
She has her, I guess, misgivings with it. Like, she's not really gung-ho about it. But if there is an actual, like, plan on what is needed to be done, then I guess she'll join.
Okay. Neon, you are invested in this, correct?
No, I think I'll go to the beach, start working on my tan. I'm good. Yes, I'm into this.
Well, fine. So, going down, Kaya, if you were hearing anything about this, would Kaya have a vested interest in it?
No. However, if Legacy is gonna go there, Kaya can't just let her just go alone. What if she dies?
Okay. Then, Legacy. If you're invested in this, I would need to know if you tell Kaya or not.
Well, I mean, they talked about the
Yep.
heist already as an entire group, so everybody knows.
Okay. So then we're sticking to it. So it seems to me that this is a group effort.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there anyone else you would want to pull into the fray for any reason? Either to get their help in terms of getting gear, or to get their help in terms of collecting information, anything like that. And it could be Marcus because he works at Tetsuo, Ben Getty because he technologies real hard, Cosmic because of he's nice.
Bring him as an intern, teach him the ropes.
Yeah, you could teach him to be a radical.
Well, I guess he's
Bruh.
already working on that in her own way.
Okay. Oh, I bought pepper spray last time, so I'll hand that to Legacy.
Okay.
You need
Awesome.
something besides your ability to run sometimes, so keep this on your sleeve.
Okay.
Bring in Nano.
Bring what?
That was a joke of bringing in Nano. Matching heist outfits.
That's gonna come up. Are you going to are you going to touch base with Cosmic, Ben Getty, Marcus, maybe Dr. Voloska, Konako, any of those people, Maxine at all?
I'll tell
JJ?
JJ and Konako that I'm fucking up a defense lawyer.
Are you going to leave it up to them as to whether or not they decide to participate, or are you going to try and recruit them to it?
I'm just telling them if they want to come, they can come. I'm not specifically telling them to come.
Okay. Okay. Then I will say... Oh no, I don't have any physical dice. I have to roll on this machine. This blasted dice roller. So... Konako and JJ. Yowza. So both of them are tacitly interested in the information potential, or not the information potential, but the potential information that would come out of it, because it would be maybe pretty juicy. But bottom line for both of them is no way. This is in their home turf, and it's one of their fucking guys. Like, yeah, he's not an intern, and yeah, he's not like, you know, the upper echelon, but he's high enough to know that if something were to go down, they would be freaked out and they don't want to touch it.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, okay.
Okay. So if it's just you four, I would love to know how you want to prepare. Do you want to like do a stakeout? Do you want to try to look up more information, publicly available information on Krishnov? Are you going to try to track down the people who arranged the party at his place? Like, what are the different ways you want to try and info gather? And if not info gather, how do you want to just bust in?
I want to try and recreate the place as I remember it. Like perhaps like using like a map software or something. Or, you know,
Okay.
or just drawing it with my calligraphy skills, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, so you just want to get like a vague map of the building so that you know, okay, this is what I saw.
Cameras, etc. Yeah.
Okay, so because you went in and diverted quickly to the basement area, you didn't see the whole house, and it's quite big, but there are a few givens that you immediately know, Neon, and that is there is a mix of physical security guards and digital security measures. There are cameras for the party. You're not certain if they were active, but very likely if they were active, it's not going to be easy to decipher who was in the crowd because it was very, very packed and there was a lot going on. So the amount of noise, quote unquote, that would be on the screen would be a bit too much to parse any meaningful information out of. Which that works for the party. That is a good enough way to stay safe for the party. But you know that there are security cameras. Actually, here. Roll me. First, roll me. Let's see. What skills do you have that you think would be relevant in recalling this sort of tactical map-based information?
Let's see. It's been a while. What do I have? Stealth, military.
Military?
I have military. Yeah.
I could say that you could try. You could add military in terms of making like a more battle strategic plan, like an operation, right?
Yeah.
So I will let you roll clever with your military to recall information precisely. And if you can't recall it precisely, you'll at least be able to remember vague details that were incredibly important and stuck out to you. So this is pretty good. You're scribbling down on a digital pad, and I assume that you all are convening at the Legacy Kaya place,
Yeah.
unless you would
Yeah.
convene at Ben Getty's.
I assume we're at their apartment. I mean, unless
Objections?
is there anything important we need from Ben Getty?
No, because I've already built the bugs last session.
Mm-hmm. So you are at the. You're all at the apartment, and Neon, you have a basically just it's a glorified like Etch-a-Sketch, but it allows you to draw in 3D images and like actually create a model. It takes a bit because you're not a techie, but this is something that is legitimately used in military operations, and they use it for exactly the purposes that you're using it for, which is to outline the vague area of operation and draw out a path through, like a pathway to move through, and an objective tracker. You sketch out. Let me go here and make sure this is ready. Just 1 second, I have to block out some stuff.
Me whenever I try to remember my childhood.
Shut up.
Sorry, I had to.
This is fine, it's good.
Yes or no?
Yeah.
Damn.
And we'll go. Here. All right. Zoop. So this is the bulk of what you were able to recall.
Okay.
There's one last bit that I want to block out here. There we go. And if you scroll all the way to the bottom, you'll see the main floor. It's ordered from highest to lowest floor, but it does not show the basement. So on the main floor, you would see the lounge area, which is essentially where you walked up the terrace and entered that way. And when you walked in, this is the why the area was so flooded with people, and there was music all like blaring and just a lot of noise. Your pathway through the building went something like this, where you're moving in, and then you moved westward, and then you moved south. So you would know that this unknown structure here leads to the cellar.
Okay.
You also know from your brief stint that you were there were security cameras. There were security cameras in the corners of the lounge. And you're free to mark up this map. Like that's sort of what I intended, is that you would scribble all over it.
Okay, where? So show me.
All the way down here, there were security cameras in the corner areas of the lounge. And the lounge is, give or take, probably about 20 or 30 feet high. The ceiling is 20 or 30 feet high. It's a big, almost like atrium. When you were passing through in this way, you couldn't see very clearly into this area, but you know that this room is connected. There is a hallway here and a room here.
So a hallway here.
Here.
Oh, okay.
This hallway extends here. And there is a room in this square.
Gotcha.
You could see through this entire straightaway, there is a split level staircase all the way in the back that goes up. So it's basically like this kind of deal, right? You also know that in this central area here, right before you walked into the cellar, there were cameras in the corner here, and there was a camera here and a camera here in these two corners. This wall, this is a windowed wall, completely transparent, and you could see that this staircase leads up to maybe an upper floor or patio or maybe the upper terrace area, but you know that this wall is glass. And you also know that part of this area, when you were looking through here, you could see this doorway. That was presumably to a bedroom, because you saw people walking out of there in a state that you would very much think is bedroomy. Given the atmosphere of a party and the nature of people slinking off to do party stuff, you're pretty sure that's a bedroom. The other reason you would know that, or assume that, is because you know that this is a closet. And that is all you have a strong knowledge on. You were not able to discern if there were cameras beyond this area, and you don't have any knowledge about the upper floors, save the mezzanine area that is above the lounge. This hangs above the lounge. And let me do a little draw-de-do. If I do this, might make it a little bit easier.
What about the outside? Because I saw a good bit around the outside.
Around the outside. So this little area, it's not perfect, but this is effectively the mezzanine that you saw. For the outside, you could see the mezzanine, you could see a couple of glass rooms and windows. You could see the roof. It was very much like the typical kind of rooftop rich person vibe, where you could see like palm trees, you could see ornate brickwork. It was the type of, you couldn't really get too much information from it because of the nature of how the building is structured. But you were able to at least see that the top floor is very much like a massive patio area.
I don't know how much this would help, but are there any interviews with this guy? Maybe some plans. No, listen. Some plans on when the house was built, kind of thing, like before it was up for sale.
Well, Legacy would be able to access like
Yeah.
records and blueprints.
Anything publicly available.
Yeah.
Anything publicly available, you could reasonably find. To find blueprints of the house, you could find those. It would take a little bit of digging, mostly in lieu of time, but there are public available like zoning areas where you could see basically the profile of the house from the top down and what property this dude explicitly owns.
Even just pictures from, like, I don't know, there's weird pictures, just so we can start filling in some of these blanks. It doesn't have to be exact, but knowing approximately where things are would be kind of
Also,
useful.
something I would like to do prior, if that's okay, because it would only realistically take like 30 minutes of time. I want to check the response time of the police.
I can tell you that with relative ease, because at this point, Neon, just based on your history and your backstory, you would have had a pretty good sense of timing. The response time for the police varies by the ward you're in. Let me go to the ward map for a quick moment. So it varies by the ward you're in, because the police stations are located in Voyager, in Sishin, and in Foundation. Turing is private security only. For response time for the police, Adams Ward is the only outlier. It has a 20-minute response time. Mariposa, Amal, and Muricue all have 8 to 12 minutes response time. And that is at the start of the call. So from the moment your call is picked up, you're on the clock for 8 to 12 minutes before the police arrive.
And where is this taking place? Amal or Adams?
This place is in Voyager Ward.
So 8 to 12 minutes.
Yeah, you're looking at the faster time. You would be able, this is something that you could assume, but for wards like these power grid areas, for the few police calls that would go out there, you could probably safely wager it would take at most 20-25 minutes, purely because of the travel time from one of the other security locations.
Okay.
I will also say, and this is probably worth noting down. The Voyager Ward police station is exclusive to Voyager Ward. It will not respond to calls made in other wards. Foundation is the one that responds to Adam's ward. Station will respond to anything on its lane. Foundation responds to all of this, as well as this.
Wow.
The station in Foundation Ward is much bigger, but the Voyager Ward station is quote unquote higher priority.
Okay, that's about all I needed to know for that.
Yeah.
Security
here.
cameras on the outside of the building.
You would know that on the outside of the building, there would be security cameras on the corners here and here. And you did see security cameras up on the roof level. And you could assume that there may be more. But if you go all the way up to the rooftop, as you were on approach, there's a little walled structure that exists a little bit back, and there was a security camera mounted on it. But you don't really have a precise structure to pin it on, other than okay, I know that there's a security camera in what is ostensibly this area. In what would be the southwest corner of the roof.
And how many floors of this up is there? How many floors in total?
3. There is, excluding the cellar, there are 3 floors. You explored the entirety of the cellar.
Yeah. Is it all flush? What I mean by that is it all a straight building, or is it more like those fancy buildings where the first floor jettisons out and it's a weirdly designed building, or is it just straight building?
It's kind of a mix of both. So for the first and second floor, the mezzanine is recessed into the building, and if you look on the first floor here, where I've outlined where the mezzanine would be in white, the area that is on the second floor that would be here, it is all recessed glass walling. So there would be a glass wall that goes here, and it is just huge panes of glass that are really, really ornate with fiber digital blinders that turn on, the typical sort of hyper rich thing of you just have an entire wall that is the outside view.
If I wanted to climb from below, would there be a place for me to get access to?
From the glass wall?
Or just somewhere in general?
You could... So... You could get access if you were to make it all the way to the roof. But the mezzanine and the lounge area are pretty much solid structure. There's no front-facing patio in this area. The idea is that you have a rooftop patio. So there are bedroom windows that exist on the structure, but they at the point that you're hitting bedroom windows, you're just about as close to the roof as you could be. I would say, for the sake of sanity, you would have a bedroom window or not a bedroom window, but a window. If you go to the second floor, there is a window here. There is a window, let's see, trying to make sure I get this lined up right. Here, and it is a longer window. And then all the way at the top, there's no like glass wall or structure or anything here. This area, from this corner to this corner, this is all it's like fence. It is a fence that you could throw yourself over if you wanted to. It's obviously difficult and very rich person anti climb up my walls, but it's not there's not actually like a window or anything you would have to open.
Hey, Kaya, is your robot capable of tying ropes?
What?
Is your drone capable of tying ropes?
Looks at Larry. Looks back at Neon.
Or
Why?
failing to do ropes, if I were to give it a grappling hook, could it attach it to the roof?
Probably. You can probably tie
Yeah.
ropes. Just gotta teach him how to.
If you are looking for permission from me, yes, he can absolutely tie rope.
Okay,
I was thinking of getting roof access. They don't usually block their middle to upper floors because who goes through the roof?
Okay. Joe, I have a question.
Mhm.
I know this is me maybe pushing it, but I
Okay.
think it's a cool visual, so I am putting it on the table.
Mhm.
Understandable if you slide it off into the garbage. So Larry can't fly, but he hovers.
Yes.
Could he? Because I imagine it's an electromagnet
Mhm.
that's like reversed. So instead of like being pulled, it's being pushed. So could he effectively walk up the wall?
Yes. So long as there is metal in the structure, he is
Mhm.
able to hover at a set distance from it, provided it is a substantial piece of magnetizable metal, which
Okay.
most of the station is. So it's not a terrible assumption to think like, okay, well, this building probably has metal framework underneath
Gutter.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, they wouldn't really even need
Yeah.
a gutter because they can control the weather.
yeah,
There's no rain.
but some piece of metal on the building that goes up.
Mm-hmm. Even if it was subsumed in like concrete or stone, if it is a suitably large piece of like a steel girder for actual structure, that would be enough for Larry to hover above.
Okay. So I'm just like, yeah, that'd be cool. He can tie a rope. He has 5 manipulation, right? That should work. Wait, can he walk up the wall? Like, or hover up the wall? But like, he himself is at a 90-degree angle?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he would.
I could just give him a grappling hook if he could go set it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you have a long enough rope, which is, I mean, the building's not heinously tall. Yeah, so it can rain in the game. It's just the weather is a controlled setting. They can control how much rain and to the degree of which it's pouring.
Mhm.
But you could absolutely hand Larry a grappling hook, and you could hand him the end of a rope, and he could just go up there and tie it in a knot. Like however you want to play it, he could do that.
Hell yeah. Kaya will relay that, like, yeah, he can do that.
Smart droid.
Only if he wants to, of course. You gotta ask him.
Larry, would you be so kind as to attach a grappling hook to the roof for me?
He blinks. He has kind of like a placid look on his face. Just it's a mix of trying to understand all of the complexities of what's going on in this situation and why he's being asked to do this, while also trying to like it's confusion but also learning. It's like that mix. And you see on his face there's a little bit of like thought, and he just goes, he looks at Kaya and looks back at Neon and just goes, shrugs, fucking yeah.
Pat on head. Thanks, bud.
He pats you back on the head.
So that covers entry. I'll put down where I saw the security guards for Lockhart.
Well, I can help with some stuff on the inside. Because
Okay.
I want to try 2 things.
Mm-hmm.
First, I want to go diving and see if there was any, kind of like Iris said, any house tours, any interviews, listings on like purchase sites from a couple years
Zillow.
back that had
Mhm.
pictures that could possibly be used to, even if not get a direct layout, get an idea of like number of rooms or things like that, or shape of rooms. I want to do that.
Okay.
And then number 2, I hacked the dude's credit card
Mhm.
from the security team. So I know exactly who is paying him, what company he works for, and I can go back into that to try and figure out
Mhm.
the security
This is
team.
true. So I will say, roll me. You have access to the security card. So for information gathering on the structure of the house, to kind of collect information on how many rooms there might be and the sort of shape of what rooms you are aware of, go ahead and roll me a clever check. And I will give you advantage on this.
Let's go, Legacy. Clap, 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 clap.
And do I get my
You
hacking
got
shit for this?
this.
Yes, you would get your hacking stuff.
Do you have a Google Maps from above live feed, or not live feed, but like you
Just
can
Google.
see the top.
Yeah, you just Google Earth and then zoom in on his address, and you're just like, oh, okay.
Puts on sunglasses.
Why
I'm
did I
in.
do that?
Hey, at least we'd be able to see the roof. Hopefully.
Look up MTV Crib episode, Zillow listing.
I mean, the existence of even in the modern day now, we have the Wayback Machine, so you can find archived data in the internet. Like, I'm totally of the opinion that you could find at least something tangible. Yeah. So with your quick looking, the first thing that you find, the like pride and joy of the listing, aside from just the front-facing structure of the house, which you basically already know, you find people advertising the rooftop lounge. And I will reveal this to you. Whoops. So this area is very, very tropically themed. There's a lot of like bamboo architecture, or not architecture, but like bamboo furniture and little tiki torches, all that sort of vibe on this rooftop area. There's lounging areas. There's a mini bar. You immediately notice that there are skylights that are, I shit you not, flush with the floor. And the thought is that you would be able to look down and see literally all the way to the ground floor. So these skylights, these are reinforced glass They do not open, but they are reinforced glass that, if you look downward, you can see all the way to the ground floor.
That's handy.
Holy shit.
If this is the Pride and Joy, that means there's gonna be somebody sitting up there probably or something. Protecting up there.
You just looking at it, like, I mean, you've seen it in 1,000 video games. This is 100% where someone's going to sit, because they can look down there and they have a massive window of view while being very difficult to spot themselves. You also know that these skylights back here, they are also the same type of reinforced glass structure that's flush with the floor. They are built in between them. There's like a little not bonfire, like a campfire sort
Fire
of. Yeah, like it's one of those really fancy stone fire pits, and there's lounge chairs and everything around it. And these skylights, they go to the next floor down. They do not go all the way to the first floor, because the first floor is cut in half by the medium or the middlemost floor. Kaya, roll me an intelligence check, or not?
Me?
A clever check. Yes.
Okay.
And you can add your station. Is it station architecture?
Station infrastructure.
Station infrastructure. I'll let you add that to it.
Okay, do I get the advantage that it gives me, or just the +1?
I would say you could have the advantage it gives you.
Okie doke. +1. Whew! Yeah!
That's a crit.
So,
That's a fucking crit.
So, Kaya, you're looking at this. You've not built a lot of houses on the station, but you've built a lot of living areas on the station. You've participated in building the basic living structures that were used for engineers and for the repair people. You've built them for onboarding and offboarding citizens. And just from windows are unique because there isn't a sky or a sun or a cloudy view or whatever to look out from. Windows are a very, very explicitly unique commodity, especially on a house. So when you see windows here, and they go straight down into the mezzanine and the lounge area, and it's just this gorgeous view of all of the stuff that you own because you're a rich tycoon, like, that makes sense to you. Skylights back here, there's no shot that there is a bedroom beneath those. That would be the most asinine way to build it. If you looked down and just saw a bed, no. This is a building made for a dude who's doing very, very important work for a very, very rich company, and you don't want your round the clock like security to just poke their head over the edge there and then see you in your jimmies. There might be something down below them. If it is a room, which you don't think it would be, even a bedroom, you're very doubtful it would be a room of any kind. It's more likely maybe a hallway or a pass-through area that has some art on it. But if it were a room of any kind, it is going to be a room that has something to look at to the people above, but not something so important that it's sensitive. It might be a statue, maybe. It might be an entertainment room, like a theater room. But even then, it gets kind of dicey. It's definitely a weird design. It's not so weird that it's like suspicious. It's just your immediate thought is like, okay, it can't be a bedroom. It's probably a hallway. or something kind of fancy that he wants to show off.
Okay.
And from the listings and shit that Legacy pulls, should you get any other information about number of rooms, number of bathrooms, you know, any listings of like, okay, there's this many rooms on this floor, this many rooms on that floor?
Yes. So you would know. Let me go to my secret information layer, where all the secrets hide. Duh! No! There we go. So you would know that there is an office space that is on the second and third floor. It is branded as like almost like a micro office building. There's the first floor area that has like a massive corner desk and a library of books stacked behind it, and then you see there is a staircase that leads against a glass wall that shows the outside part of the city. And on the upper floor, which is kind of like a loft, it's like an office with a loft area. The upper area has a meeting room section. It's got a large TV and table setting where you could have maybe some kind of private boardroom meeting. And you know that... Oh, gotta go to the right layer. You know it's here. And it extends...
Oh, I don't see anything. Where are you?
On the second and third floor.
Okay.
Yeah. So the office, that office conference room area connects right to the rooftop lounge, and that staircase in the office connects from the rooftop lounge to the middle floor, which is where you have your actual like working area. This would be where your like computer's terminal desk setup is. And you know that this wall here and this wall here, this wall is actual. It has another glass window here in the back, but on the level with the rooftop lounge, this entire wall is glass, and it's just a broad, open view to the rooftop lounge.
Okay.
You legacy roll me a clever check and add your... You can add a bonus because you're making this roll against a large corporation, but it's not explicitly a hacking thing. This is more like recalling your previous experience with corporations and their level of bullshittery.
Okay. When we spend prep, that's adding a die is what we're doing, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you spend a prep to boost.
Okay, I'll boost it because I'm not getting a whole hell of a lot from that. There we go.
Okay. So this is definitely worth the boost, because with a 15, you know that just looking at this office, it's very opulent. It makes sense. This is a rich dude showing off to whoever he invites over in his boardroom area that he has a fucking luau jam top rooftop thing going on, and he wants them to look at it. But if he is as high profile or as important as you are led to believe, or if he has sensitive documentation, that wall has no visible blinders or shaders or blinds or curtains on it, which means it's likely that it has a digital shading feature, which you've seen before. It's a very common sort of stylistic choice once you get above a certain pay grade, where you have the stripped down minimalist office, and then with a snap of your fingers or the flip of a switch, the glass frosts over, becomes entirely opaque, such that you can't discern anything on the other side. And that is explicitly for those private meetings, while still reaping the benefits of, I still look like this powerful person. So you can't prove it, but you've got a sneaking suspicion that is probably a feature of that office.
Okay.
And it's something that you could and have hacked before.
And that's all I'm getting off of the listings and stuff?
Let me make sure that I'm not giving you anything else. You have... Yeah, you would get the bedroom and the kitchen. So you know this, and you know this. So those areas, from the listings, you see a very wide open, beautiful master bedroom. Again, alongside this wall, you see that in the picture, it is a black opaque wall, and in a different picture, it is a broad, like, view of the city, or at least part of the city. So you get the impression that that is also probably a frosted, like, digitally frosted glass wall. And that's on the second floor. You would get on the top floor area, or wait, sorry, that's on the main floor. The main floor has the bedroom and the kitchen. The middle floor has two. They are listed as bedrooms, but they are a bit more kind of broad in their scope. And it's more of like 2 bedrooms. Let me do this. Here. And this you have. It's a little confounding to do, but you have here this staircase and a hallway. There you go. So you would have the 2 bedroom areas. But they are not actually... This whole area is almost like a secondary den slash other master bedroom. It's a very strange build because these walls are only partially constructed. This whole area is open.
It's like a big
Um,
giant loft area almost.
Yeah, it's almost like a mini portion of the. It's like a miniature portion of the entire apartment that is it's like a studio. It's like he has a studio apartment just smack in the middle of his house. And that's typically, like from different listings you can see, that's typically what it's kind of framed as, where people will have different bookshelves or couches or bed frames and dressers scattered in such a way that it creates the additional room.
It's like a living room, kind of, basically.
Yeah.
Or, what's it, landing?
It's
Giant
kind of like a landing. But that area is very wide open. And the actual house itself does not seem to have a second dedicated room. It seems to be like it seems to you that there is the primary bedroom area, which is basically just a bed room. It is literally a place where the dude will go and crash, fall asleep, wake up, have coffee, and leave. With the other rooms having the opulent decor that is trying to become that's more of like a used part of the space. Legacy, is your brother older than you?
Yes. She's the baby.
How much older?
4 or 5 years.
Okay. So from your no, I don't think that would still entirely float. Just looking at it, it doesn't really seem like there's a second bedroom for whomever, like his kid or whatever was throwing the party would stay. You have just the one area that is designated very, very obviously as the bedroom.
Okay. Alright, so I get that off the listings. And then she wants to backtrace, essentially, the group that was paying the guard that Neon killed.
Trace that to where the guards were hired from?
Yeah, and any information that she can gather, or any of that good shit that she can find.
Okay. So make me one more hacking roll, and you get your benefit for it being against a large corporation. Uh, 15. Okay. So from what you glean, knowing that you have traced back some information already, when you start digging into the like purchase history related to what you assume are some of the various security expenses, there aren't any security expenses that are billed to Tetsuo. But you do see a security department build. It is a security department build for 2 distinct companies, both of which you know, one of which you know slightly better. There are security teams that were hired privately hired, one from Ogremok and one from Night Corps. CORPS. So what you know about the Ogremok versus and Night Corps mercenary groups. Ogremok is the primary military geared, highly offensive, like they're the ones who provide equipment directly to the Foundation, or are commissioned to build equipment for the Foundation, basically for the government. They are still a private corporation, so they have their own private, like, security and their own private machinery, but they have been contracted out before. It's not unusual. Those are the most recent hires. But you see in a longer history, or further back of purchase history, a second security team was hired for Night Corps. Night Corps, you know some information on. They are a they are a cybernetic research branch. They're a lot smaller than Tetsuo, and a lot smaller than Ogremok. But they are not by any virtue small, just smaller. Night Corps specializes in neural technology, specifically related to brain connections, any sort of nervous system mapping. They're sort of the Intel of our world, where they are building almost like a backbone structure that other people build off of, or use as a model for building off of. A lot of their framework is used in Tetsuo technology. But to see that they have a security team is a little fucking weird, because that would be like Apple hiring mercenaries. Apple branded mercenaries.
I mean,
like,
these days, not surprised.
Yeah, it was nightmare world. But in a normal universe, this is something that you're like, that doesn't make any that one is definitely not something that's public, and two, definitely has some weird implications for both a person who is currently at work for the legal department of a highly important company, or a high profile company, to have this transaction on his books, a transaction that, were it to get out, this would raise a lot of questions. There's no direct implication of violence or wrongdoing, but it is very, very strange.
I'll tuck that away in a back pocket for now. Can I dig and see if there's any advertisements with this group or something like that, or general knowledge of, like, roughly what security team sizes are and things like that? Or is that a little too much?
For Ogremok, you can do that for. They have an outward contracting department where they literally will advertise the different levels of security you're able to hire, and some of the rates that they're available for. For Night Corps, none such information is broadcasted publicly. If you were to go and look, it would take a bit to look, because this is something you would need to start going into the darker parts of the web for. You need to go to your hack sources and be like, hey, what the fuck is this? And then get a bunch of other, like, internet weirdos to start digging dirt up, because that shit's weird. That's too weird for anything to be readily available.
Fair enough. But what do I get on Ogre Mock, since that's what I can scrub up for now?
So what you can look at, and the immediate thing you notice when you go and look at Ogremok's available, like, public advertised rates, you see that the dude has paid for the executive rate. This is a publicly available rate. It doesn't tell you the exact security specifications because it's kind of counterintuitive, but it tells you that for the executive package, Ogremok will provide you with security 24/7, round the clock, fully armed, augmented. There's no heavy arms or ballistic equipment or vehicles. As far as you can tell, this is as high security as you can get, crammed into a two-piece suit.
Okay.
So, no tanks, no rocket launchers, no grenades, maybe drones, but certainly not going to be any big drones.
Just a bunch of cybernetically augmented brawlers with sidearms.
Yeah, this is your highly splurged upon Batman thug.
Okay.
And you would know also just from this tacit research, Ogremok employees tend to be ex-military. Not always. Some of them are ex-police. But most people who end up working security for Ogremok are from some type of security or militarized background.
So they had training even before they became security.
Yeah, they would. It's very likely that they would have had some training prior to Ogremok. Ogremok, I mean, you can go and search on their career application site. They encourage prior training, but when you are hired on as a security personnel for Ogremok, they do send you to a special training camp. It's they also have a specific. There wouldn't really be any specific augments that you could see in a publicly available record.
That's what I got with hacking, y'all. That's all I know what to go digging for right now.
Can I potentially ask something
Mm-hmm.
to add to this?
Yeah,
Would
go for it.
Lockhart have encountered Ogremok lot in her time?
Yes and no. So you would not have encountered Ogremok in the traditional way that people typically see them. People typically see Ogremok either in tech, where they're represented because there's a jet or tank or UPC or like some kind of vehicle, etc. What you or the alternative would be security forces, like what you see here. Lockhart, you would have experienced Ogremok in a more controlled capacity. You would see the suits. You wouldn't see necessarily the like actual security teams, at least not in a environment, or not in an environment that is more on edge. So there would have been a few occasions where certain projects that were brought in before your time at Ben Getty, that is a very key point. You did not see any Ogremok overlap with your time with Ben Getty.
Yeah.
But prior to that, you would have had contracts come in where certain amounts of work were being outsourced because it's cheaper, or they wanted to access something from Ogremok and they made a legal agreement, NDAs being handed to and fro, just typical things in like a very loose paperwork sense. But you would have encountered them. And I think the biggest part of what you would know would be that everyone you've met on Ogremok, including the people who are going to be the executives or the people who pretty much every security personnel. Actually, no, I can blanket statement say that you would have encountered all of the security personnel that you would have encountered, both publicly and in your private work, would have been augmented to a noticeable degree. They would either have a full augment replacement on a limb, on part of their face, on part of their shoulders, something that you could immediately look at and be like, that guy's probably got something.
So it's not standardized on what part is augmented, but there always is an augment.
Yes, and there's some common ones, but there's not a standardized, like, they all have this. But they're the more common ones you see. There are arm, joint, and shoulder augments. There are chest and pectoral augments. And then there are framing augments around or on the cranium, around the head.
Protecting those vital organs.
It's a mix of like roll cage technology where they're just shoring up defenses and creating access points for future augments down the line. If they had an entirely augmented arm where their entire arm was replaced, they would still have this sort of cage structure built on top of it. That is a sort of signifier of Ogremok limb, but it's not required, as you said. It's almost like an exoskeleton.
I have a question.
Yes.
So, I know that from Neon's description after the party, that Kaya got some information on how the things, how some of the augments are for the workers, the big bulky guys that are all Dorito shaped, is how I remember it. I have a question for you.
Yes.
So, I'm assuming that's the Ogremok guys?
Yeah. The framework that you would see from like the heavy working typical sort of things, those are Ogremok modifications.
Right. It's
Very
like a heavy
common
subdermal frame. Right? Would that be susceptible to an EMP charge?
So I'm gonna make you roll. I'm gonna make you roll for this because this is not something that Kaya has ever thought of before this moment, I'm guessing.
You never know, man.
You're right. I don't. Just give me a clever check. Give me a clever check.
This is the legacy influence coming through in Kaya right now.
No, this
legacy
is
fucking EMPing and controlling and hacking cybernetics.
This is, you gotta remember, Kai doesn't have motorcycles. Kai's got short fuse. Would electrical engineering be added to this role?
Yeah, I will say that it would be.
Okay. Oof. 9.
Do you have an ability to retroactively boost? Because I think you do.
I do, actually. Tomato, tomato? And tomato, if you roll for technology, you don't have to spend prep. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's another d6. 5.
14.
14.
Okay. So from what you can gather, just remembering what you do about your time working on the station with these construction working guys. Again, a lot of these dudes with these augments, they typically got them post-service. There were a lot of guys who were post-military or post-police service working construction for a multitude of reasons. But these framework augments, these exoskeleton augments, the way that they effectively work is supplementing your joints and musculature so that you're able to lift more without damaging your body. So you are putting less strain directly on your joint, and you're able to heave and drag and carry more weight. Those, if they were hit with an EMP, would not immobilize someone. But I want you to imagine being on a trampoline. You know when you're on a trampoline and you're walking and you have the kind of like spring in your step? And right as you jump off the trampoline and hit the ground, and you're just like, oh, there's no more. It has stopped, and it feels heavy all of a sudden. That is more than likely the effect you would have. You would take some percentage of their musculature output, and it would just be gone. They could still move, but you would definitely have impacted their ability to lift, carry, push, pull, drag, run, and jump.
Okay.
And it could potentially be disorienting too, at least at first.
You know for a fact that if those joints turned off, there would be a lot of people who got hurt at the job you were on. Because
Okay.
this is an augment that is used so frequently and I don't want to say flippantly, because the nature of the work calls for it, but it is so common that these people have it and it's always on. As an aside, the Surgeon General warning on these, the effective Surgeon General warning is don't leave it on all the time, because you don't want your body to get used to it being on all the time. It's not supposed to be on all the time.
But people work so many shifts back to back. They have to have it on all the time.
Yeah, that is exactly it.
Okay.
There are people who would work 10 to 12 hour shifts 4 to 5 days a week, and they are not turning it off.
All right.
And you would know that if that shit just vanished out from underneath you, that would be a startling change, to say the least.
All right. I now have plan. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I will also give you for free. You have not ever seen any of the augments for any of these Ogre Mock augments that looked EMP hardened in any way. They've all looked pretty bog standard the same. So if some of them were, you couldn't fucking tell. But as far as you're concerned, yeah, none of them were EMP hardened. Because at a construction site specifically, like, who the fuck's gonna why do you need EMP hardening?
Yeah, like, why would you? That's a waste of time and resources.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alright. No. Here's the thing. Lockhart doesn't have her glove. So I have an idea.
I like this mischievous sounding Amy. We need more of this.
I'm pretty sure Joe knows exactly what I plan to do because we talked about it like months
I
ago.
do. I do.
Yeah, you know exactly what I plan to do.
I've got an inkling.
Yeah, we talked about this when you first created the thing,
Um,
and there's a perfect person to strap it on to.
yeah, no, it's great.
Mhm.
I'm super interested. Was there any more info diving that y'all wanted to do?
I personally would like to do a stakeout just to try and get guard rotations if possible. Maybe some info on who specifically is working the place, because like Lockhart's more physical on getting information and stuff, not all this hacking stuff.
And to be fair, you would have had time because it did take 2 or 3 days at least for Legacy to have made all of the bugs that she did.
Mhm.
Yeah. So at the point where we're converging, I will say that we could spend maybe 1 or 2 days prepping. And during that time, you could have a full 2-day stakeout if you wanted. It depends
Yeah.
on how much info you want to gather. Do you want to stay there for a full 24-hour rotation?
Yeah, sure.
So okay. So roll me a threat assessment. And you can roll your tough for this because you're going to assess based on your relative stamina.
Assessment. Seeing if I have anything else that might tie this. I don't think so.
You don't think so? What?
Oh, I was just wondering if I had anything else tied to this that would help. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. So... No, okay. I'll boost this.
Okay, good choice.
A lot of 15s today.
Yes, this is good. So with that 15, you go on a typical stakeout. You're not doing anything that is going to risk being caught. If you want to do that, you can tell me. But this is going to be information that you are able to glean from a safe distance without risking being noticed. And anytime someone gets suspicious, you gray, right?
Yep.
So that said, your assessment of the situation. You're watching these guys. You can see the augments. You can see that framework on their shoulders, around their clavicle, and it's definitely something you've seen before. You've not worked security in the way that these guys have, but you've worked security detail in protecting people. And you know the type of rotations that you can come to expect. Your situation is a bit more unique because typically you work solo. But there have been times where, Lockhart, you have been pushed to your absolute limit, and you've had watches go on for over 36 hours of on-duty time, where you are on edge, like hair trigger reaction speed, ready to go at the drop of a fucking hat. And the way these guys are going, they don't have the physical signs of exhaustion, they don't have the typical like twitchy, anxious lethargy that you would expect, but they are going for way longer than you would have ever guessed. These people are on watches for over 14 hours, over 16 hours, and they're doing that, rotating but not leaving. They're like going on to a different route. And I will say, you will see, I'm going to outline one of their routes. There is one that goes here. This is the typical, well, you wouldn't see that, but you see a guy come out here, go across, in through this door, and then out through this door. Then he goes down here, in through this door. You watch him disappear through here. And then you would eventually see that same guy a few seconds later, or maybe like 2 or 3 minutes later, walk out here and go on that same loop. And he would be on that loop for 16 hours. He would occasionally disappear for 1 or 2 rounds as someone new comes in. They would always change in here or over here. This is where they would swap. They never swapped positions outside. When they did swap positions, it took maybe 30 seconds. It was them, they exchanged 2 or 3 quick sentences, there's a little bit of banter, and then they both walk. The knowledge that you gleaned from what you could see from Kaya and Neon's assessment of their augments, those augments are likely affecting their stamina. Because they are not using as much energy to patrol, and it's not taking as much on their body, they are able to have a much longer patrol loop, than what you would expect. So they're able to go for a lot longer before they are rotating out and going home. So in the amount of time that you would have had been there, you would have seen 3 guards, 3 distinct guards, take at least 1 loop around the out front terrace area.
As well as the... Okay, so the loop being the front bit just there.
Yeah, this...
Whole, yeah, okay.
Yeah, you would see 3 distinct guards, and they're not all taking an equal amount because it was primarily the one guy, but he would have traded off with one dude for bathroom breaks or for lunch breaks, that sort of thing. Any sort of typical reason you would expect someone to get a break, he would swap out for this one of 2 other people. And you could see from like a street side position, there was someone who would walk, if you scroll all the way to the roof, you could see someone walking around the edge of this area. And it was still one of those 3 men.
One of the 3 that were at the bottom floor.
Yes, and again, it was not equally distributed. This was primarily the other 2, one of the other 2, who was up here doing multiple loops, and then when they needed a break, they would have someone come up and tag in.
So it's kind of like, guesstimate here is there's someone looping each floor, and then like an alternate kind of thing. for whenever there's
Mhm.
a break or something along those lines.
Your quick and dirty assessment, you've got two people who are running loops around the top and bottom floors, and then you have one person who is flex. You don't necessarily know where they're at, but they tag in as needed.
Hmm.
You will also note that as they were walking around, you did not see rifle or medium-sized firearms, but you are smart enough to know that these guys, they're Ogremok. And this is the type of job that would warrant lethal force. So they are likely packing small arms.
Hmm.
It could be it could be a high caliber pistol. It could be a low caliber submachine gun. Um, take your pick, but it's something that you can fit inside a suit coat.
And was I able to pick up on any, I guess, routine for the lawyer himself, or maybe his son, or anyone else that may be living there?
So in the time that you were there, this would have been, if I have my timeline right, which I definitely do because I've never made a mistake. You you would know that this is probably about 2 or 3 days after the event of the party where Neon was.
Mm.
The security is very snappy still. That's something you can tell with the pep in their step. You in that time span did not see the sun enter or leave. You did see the lawyer enter and leave. You staked out there for one full day, right? A 24-hour period?
Yeah.
Okay. So in that 24-hour period, you would see the lawyer leave at the early morning, 6 a.m., return at noon, leave again at 4 p.m., and return at maybe 7 or 8. And he would be in for the night. In that amount of time, you did not see the sun leave or enter. That does not necessarily mean he's not there. It's just a matter of if he's out of the house, he's not back in it, and if he's in the house, he definitely didn't leave.
Could I potentially see anything through the window, like the giant window?
From your vantage point, and for the time and day that you would be out there, or specifically in regards to the timing of the party, the windows from where you see, they were partially frosted, so you did not see anything on the mezzanine floor. And the lounge area, there are windows around the lounge area, but the only thing you could really reasonably make out in the lounge area from a safe distance is the guard making a loop.
And last two questions here.
Mhm.
Is there a particular, because like Neon wants to try and get to the roof, that's kind of the goal. Is there a particular place where that seems to be like easier access, kind of somewhat hidden, even if it's part of the patrol, a little less noticeable, I guess, is what I'm going for.
You're a less noticeable pathway to what specifically?
Because Neon wants to get to the roof, so like trying to find a vantage point on where, like, what part of the roof would be best to, what part of the bottom of the building would be the best to get to the roof access is what I'm saying.
So I will tell you that with your threat assessment, you would have seen that the guards, they rotate counterclockwise, both on the top and bottom floor. they're not always directly in sync with each other, but they are walking counterclockwise every single time. There's a bit of meandering, but generally speaking, there's about a 5-minute stride of that loop where you walk out, kind of lazily walk forward, keep your head around on a swivel. It takes about 5 to 8 minutes for one guard, any of them, to complete a full loop of the top or bottom.
Okay.
You would also know that the roof, getting to the roof, it's possible the side of the building is not necessarily sheer because it is a textured stonework building meant to look like a mansion. It's very ornate, so there's actually a lot of what are effectively would be handholds, right? But while there are blind spots on the building itself, you would be concerned about other people seeing. Other people from other places. Whether or not they say anything, you can't be certain of, but you can definitely say, along the western side, there are more windows, so it's easier to be spotted, but there are also more little edges and crooks where the architecture gets kind of fancy, and it subsequently becomes easier to hide around those corners. On the eastern side, there are fewer windows, but it is more flat. So if you're flat against the wall, and some neighbor looks out their window and just sees some random hot girl climbing a wall, they're going to be like, what the fuck is happening? But roll me another threat assessment, and this time use quick.
Okay.
So you're not a ninja in the way that Neon is, but if you had to climb this wall and you wanted to do it without being seen, your best bet is to do it at night on the western side. If you wanted to do it as fast as possible, then if you go on the eastern side and you were to hitch a rope to it, you could basically sprint up the wall. It is a flat, almost, I won't say featureless because again it's textured, but there's less variation on the architecture on that side, so you have a straighter shot. So good climbing gear and a straight shot, you could get up faster, but you are more visible. If you did it at night, you'd have a better opportunity to rush and not get spotted. But it's not going to be as hidden as the western side. Just for the fact that you are going to be basically a fly on a wall.
I'll leave that up to Neon for the choice, but definitely let her in on that myself.
And I want... So all of you have looked at this map and this schematic, right?
Yep.
I want everyone to roll whichever skill is the highest for you, and whichever specialty is most appropriate. And this would be your last minute, any last things that stick out to you, potential
In just looking at the map or in general?
In general, this will cover like if you're going online and perusing information, if you're looking directly at the map, if you are part of the active process of sharing the information for this break-in. This is your sort of like last ditch effort to be like, hey, wait, did we consider this?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm mentally going over the heist in my head, like, okay, first I do this, then I do this.
Mm-hmm.
That's what
Right.
Neon's doing.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
I was just gonna ask. Would it be public information to have a maintenance log of this property or no?
For public services like water, you could see water usage for the block, and you could get the like relative amount of water that the area around this property is using. But you wouldn't necessarily get it. It sort of depends on how deep you want to look.
Okay.
You could, you know what you could get is a basically like a loose piping structure of the station. Specifically, you could get this, Kaya. You could get a map of the water piping or the electrical piping that is running through the city streets here.
Okey doke.
Legacy, Kaya, Neon.
Sorry.
You're good.
I'm just like, what skill can I add to this?
Mm.
12. Okay. So the DC was 12. Neon, as you're going through this, you aren't able to put your finger on it, but you feel like there's something missing that you didn't quite account for. You got security cameras, you got guards, you got rotations, you got, the map of the place, you've got the rooms, you know the layout, you have an idea of which side to scale if you want to go in through the top. You've got a really good map of everything, but there's something that doesn't quite land. For Kaya, or actually we'll do Lockhart first. So Lockhart, on your stakeout, there is something that you notice. And you know what this is because you have seen it before up close and personal. There is a little lock pad, not a doorknob, a little data pad that is next to the front doors on the terrace area. It looks exactly like the one Ben Getty has. So, because there is no doorknob, these guards, as they are walking, they are either holding on to some digital identifying key so the door knows that it's someone who can go in and out, or they have been granted like possibly blanket access to the whole place, and the security system that is implemented in the house recognizes them by their actual DNA. Kaya, you would know that the way that the house is laid out, it's going to be on public water and public electricity as normal. It's not going to be exceptional in that regard. But what you remember about being on public services on the station, it means that you're going to have a direct connection from any of those station pipelines, as well as an engineering service hatch area that leads through them.
So can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
You're good. So you know that this place is going to be on the. It's going to be public, like Voyager, water and electricity. So because it is on Voyager water and electricity, there is a service maintenance tunnel that will be relatively close to this house because of the nature of how it's built into the station and how they have to build the wiring and piping of the station. Every building that is part of the station, especially in the early wards where everything is closer to the actual like base connection of oh my god, I can't remember the name of the thing. Where everything is close to like the actual meeting of the three prongs, like Tetsuka, Vern, and Harbo. Where those meet, the buildings have to be constructed so that they fit into a system that was there before the buildings were. So it's almost like they have to retrofit buildings onto the station. Whereas later construction, there was a lot more forethought put into it, so they could say, okay, we're going to build out this ward and we want to have a house here. Cool. We can build these tubing systems so that they're less overtly weird. So knowing that, some of the weird architecture of the actual building is more than likely a result of the station's like internal structure being kind of jury-rigged to fit. And Legacy, the last thing that you were thinking of in regards to finding out all of the physical security and the armaments that Ogremok's likely packing, any sort of historical data, you realize that you don't have a surefire way of knowing what type of network security they have, at least not yet. You can try to find it. There might be a transaction that leads you to a network security firm, but Ogremok does not provide network security.
As in, try to find it now? Or...
Basically, yeah, before the heist goes off. That's the last thing you're like, oh shit. We have all of the physical stuff handled, but in your department, you don't know necessarily what you're going to be running up against in their system. At least not yet.
Okay, so just make a hacking roll then to try and go digging?
So unless you have a different idea, this would be hacking to go back through transaction history to find any sort of transactions that could lead you to a network security firm.
Nope.
Ooh. Kaya, do you have an ability to let dice be re-rolled? I don't know if I gave you that or not.
I can boost a roll, and I asked you if that cancels out crit fails. I think you said yes.
Oh fuck! Did I ever make an official ruling on that?
I think you said yes, but
yes.
If I roll a 1, it's even worse.
Oh yeah, that is the ruling. Yeah, so yeah, you can boost it, and if it's not a 1, it will negate the fact that it is a critical failure.
Yeah. So Lakaya is gonna notice that, oh shit, Larry tugged on her fucking laptop cord, pushes it back into the wall real quick, use a boost. Legacy.
A 16. So you dig around through the transaction history. You're looking for anything adjacent to like Tetsuo or any sort of other like maybe lower not lower tier, but lower public recognizability that might be attached to some security name. And you don't see anything that is overtly billed to a company. But what you do see is you do see another charge. That it does stick out to you just on an inkling, because it is not charged to a company, it is charged to an individual. And this individual here is listed, this individual here is listed as being a tech expert for security consultation.
Okay.
And it is a pretty hefty fee, but from what you can tell, this might be a privately contracted network security agent. It would be the anti-legacy. The person who is selling their expertise to the corporations rather than fighting against them.
Oh, that's fun. Okay. Would I have any inkling of who they are? Do they ring any type of bells with all of my darknet shit?
Maybe. Go ahead and roll me. You can roll me I will let this be a clever check with your hacking bonus applied, because, or do you have a darknet bonus? I don't know if it's separate.
I do have it's separate. It's not a specialty. It's one of my talents.
Yeah. Yeah. What specifically does the talent do in this case?
Make +1 on all social roles made online when dealing with hackers or hacker culture. I think that's the only one that would apply in this case, unless I get to also do my cartel bonus.
I would say that this does technically count for the cartel bonus, because this person is contracted to the cartel, and that is more or less their shtick.
So hacking plus
so-
cartel plus darknet?
I will say you will roll a cool check for hacking, darknet, and cartel. So you're getting a lot of bonuses regardless, but it's going to be cool because you're trying to go through a list of names and faces.
Yeah, this is not going to go well. Well, it actually went well.
You underestimate the power of a +6. You underestimate my power. So you see this transaction, and you're not certain, but you check through some sources. You find that there's a couple people who could be involved in this. There is the name that there are three names that come to you. There is Longview. There is Samurai. And there is Base, B-A-S-S-E. Those are three hackers that you know have previously contracted with the cartel. Of those, you know that Base has exclusively done it with lower stake clientele, so to speak. He is the type of person that covers up infidelity or covers up embezzlement or does something like that. He's helping the cartel by protecting them from themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Samurai, you know to be a bit more proactive. He is more or less a digital assassin who is contracted to hunt down information and use that to gain leverage on people, much in the way that you do. And you know Longview? Longview is the, like, he is someone that you recognize as a savant at network security. This is a dude who is a wizard at playing defense, and that is his goal. He plays defense to an extent that is, like, in the circles that you're familiar, hitherto unmatched. There has not been a situation where you've run up against any of these two butting heads. So if you were to ask me who would win between Samurai and Longview, you wouldn't have that knowledge. But it would definitely be a hell of a cyber fight.
Have I had the unfortunate experience of crossing paths with any of these three?
You have crossed paths with Samurai, and you have crossed paths with Longview. You have not gone up against them, in a way. It's at one point, you were contracted to receive information, or not receive, but retrieve information to disseminate it from a constituent part of a lower Tetsuo branch, right? And in so doing, you were effectively passed by Samurai on his way to do the same thing. So there were two different people who contracted out two different hackers to get information from the same location.
Okay.
Longview, you have run into on your way out. Think of this as like you completed a job, disseminated information, and as you were wrapping up your job, Longview contacted you. And it was not an overt threat, but it was very much it was essentially like, don't think it'll be that easy again.
Okay, so he was coming in shoring up what I'd already broken, essentially.
Yes, and he did not have. It was a very much like a professional courtesy exchange.
Oh boy. Okay. Legacy looks much less happy about this. If I know that I'm going against Longview shit, probably from the get-go, can I get a bonus or anything for my first rolls or anything?
I will say, before you hack anything, before you make your presence known on that front, you will have a bonus. I will give you advantage on your roll. But after that, it is like it's going to be very, very like touch and go because Longview has a more active defense.
Okay.
But I think this is a good spot to take a break, and then we can bust in to the heisty heist.
All right. Oh, you guys have a plan.
This job is sounding more and more intense.
That's because we left Joe to figure out how he wants to fuck us over for a month.
This is supposed to be a mini heist.
It was
Bullshit.
it was a mini heist, and then I was like, nah, I'll make it like a legitimate thing with good rewards. Because if I'm gonna make you do a bunch of dice rolls, and I've had time to think about it, I might as well make it like
The rewards
challenging.
better be good.
He was planning this from the beginning. It's why he moved in the first place. Give himself more time.
Okay, we need to actually discuss what we are wanting to do, who is going in, who is staying out,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
type of thing. Because all we know right now is Neon wants to go to the roof.
Mm-hmm. And I want to give Lockhart a present.
The way Joe talked, Legacy might need to be inside, which is a bad thing. A very bad thing.
Very bad thing. Well, you're small and fast. Just run.
It's like it's such a bad idea, but the front door seems like the best option. Like as stupid as it sounds, that's the thing.
They won't be expecting the front door.
Exactly. Unless there's a back door, like I'm just
Honestly,
saying.
dress up Neon. Put her in a Girl Scout uniform. Have her hold cookies. She might get in.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, I have these noted down, so I will go ahead and have Legacy pass them off to Neon. That she has the 3 bugs, or 2 small ones and 1 large one,
Okay, yeah.
to go in 3 separate locations.
Also, side note to Joe, update the major corporations because that company wasn't part of it.
Yeah, I was scrolling through
Nightcore,
looking for
yeah.
Nightcore and it wasn't there.
Yeah.
I'll add Nightcore. I'm glad you reminded me. That was one that I had dreamed up.
The fuck,
Alphabetical? God damn it.
What?
Piper? The fuck?
What?
Why are you looking for weird ass shit like that when we're playing a game?
Probably.
Weird
I
ass
wasn't
shit.
I wasn't looking for it. I had just opened up Reddit. It's one of the first things I saw. And because I needed a mental break because
Christ.
I need a mental break.
That's fair, I guess.
2 hours of planning.
Yeah, no, like I'm trying to follow it up, but I'm mentally.
Nah, you're doing great.
Ugh.
So I guess this would be a question, Joe. I have a
Mhm.
hidden compartment in my arm.
Mm-hmm.
I do too.
Can I fit both pepper spray and a charge knife into said compartment? Because canonically it's fit a Red Bull can at the very least.
I will say it can fit one of them. The charge knife is quite big, so you could fit the pepper spray in something else, or you could fit the charge knife. But fitting both in there, it's liable to get stuck.
Just put the pepper spray up your sleeve. You don't have to put it in your hidden compartment.
Yeah, I was thinking pepper spray would be a little bit more common still walking around, just like real life.
Yeah, pepper spray is way more common than a charge knife. A charge knife, I mean, they're not uncommon, but it's definitely gonna raise eyebrows if someone's like, "What the fuck is that on your belt?"
Okay. thought I still had one of these downloaded somewhere. There it is.
Add them.
So when this heist is going down, it's essentially 2 weeks after the hotel.
Yeah, this would be 2 weeks after the events that transpired at the hotel.
Okay.
So I'm going back and reading some of this shit so that I remember what my assets do. The charge knife, would that essentially just count as like a melee weapon with like a stun tag on it?
Yes, it is a +1 melee weapon that applies the stun or that has a stun tag.
Okay.
And y'all are welcome to start planning anytime. Just let me know when you're ready to kick off.
Yeah, give me another few minutes to finish reading my shit.
Mhm.
The only thing I want to do is have a quick little conversation with Lockhart.
You go ahead, do that.
I'd like to spend one prep, please.
You'd like to spend a prep?
For the thing. For Lockhart's
Oh.
little present.
Yes. Yeah.
As I said, I
yeah.
just want to kind of have a little conversation with Lockhart before we go.
Yes.
Just want to talk to her.
Yeah, I just want to talk to her.
Can I help you?
Hey, Lock. So, quick question: you got any fucking electronic shit on you?
I mean, my phone, I guess.
Besides that,
Looking at inventory.
I don't think you do.
No,
Okay.
I don't.
you don't got that glove Spaghetti got?
No, he's working on fixing that.
All right. Well, good. Well, you know what? Good. You know what? This kind of works. Your suit's special, right?
It's custom made, yes.
Custom made. Well, Kai's gonna pull out like a little, really thin, scrappy looking. It looks like it's made out of, like, you know, scrap aluminum. Like sheets of like scrap aluminum. It looks like it was bolted together and very like quickly welded. And you see bits of wire poking out, and it looks like there is a little pressure button. It's not big and bulky. It's actually pretty like smooth and thin, but it's pretty wide. Probably like it's like, hey, so I got an idea.
Raise my eyebrow.
Hear me out, alright? So the old man's on some of the security guard, right? Neil was talking about him, and I've encountered him before in the work setting. Basically, it's kind of an exoskeleton. You saw him, right?
Mm-hmm.
However, if I can strap a EMP charge on your fucking suit that you could deploy whenever you want, it's one shot. You only got one shot at it, but it won't immobilize him. But it'll give you an edge. It'll disorient a little bit, probably decrease the power on their suits by a certain percent, depending on how often they use them. Do you want it?
How slapdash does it look?
It's not too bad. She made it that day, but it doesn't look janky. It just doesn't. It's essentially a prototype. It's not made out of Red Bull scrap. It's just
Hey,
a
I made this.
prototype. Yeah, it's a prototype. It's not a crackhead machine.
I feel like that was a slight against Legacy for some reason. And I
Doesn't
don't
make
appreciate
hardware.
it.
Legacy isn't hardware. That was just the only metal I can think of because of the setting.
If it makes you feel better, I legitimately was like, looks better than a fucking random cell phone scrap stabbed into a EMP bomb. Like, it worked, it just looks better than that.
All right, I'm see if I ever make shit for y'all again.
No, that's not
Let
what I
y'all
was
die.
saying. That's not what I was saying.
I'll let you all fucking burn.
No. Anyway, yeah, it does. It looks like a prototype. It does not look like a piece of garbage.
Lockhart looks at it, and she looks like she wants to say no, but she's heavily weighing something. Well, I've used all those Johan's items, so let's try something new.
Fucking awesome. Won't affect you because you don't got any augments, right? You only electronics are your cell phone, which this will just kill it for like what, a minute or two.
Mhm.
So yeah, just fucking put it in your suit. When you're ready, fucking hit it. It'll fuck up whoever's right next to you.
Do you plan on having any type of comms for this mission? So I assume that would affect that as well.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't thinking. Now that I think about it, we should probably make comms. I can do that if you give me a little bit more time, but it have to be connected to an augment already, and you haven't got any.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys want to have comms?
Sure. Comms are great.
Alright. Can probably... I'm trying to look at your data link augment tag. It's an augment tag, so it has to be on an augment, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so it can't just be a comm by itself. It has to be on an augment that Kaya can beef up. Any other person holding a data link tagged mod. Ooh, and that's one prep per data link, right?
I believe one prep connects to. So if you spend a prep, you immediately have a cell phone communication between two people, effectively.
Okay.
And then for everyone beyond that, it is an additional prep.
That's a lot of prep before the heist even begins.
So if you spent 3 prep, that would be 4 comm links that all communicate together.
But Lockhart doesn't have an augment.
So that's one less prep.
True.
Right. Would I be able to link in her cell phone?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's fine.
Okay.
How about I
So-
just go buy a fucking earbud for her?
AirPods.
I'll just go literally buy her a set of AirPods.
Oh no, Lockhart has her AirPods in. She can't hear.
She's supposed to hear!
Yeah, she's supposed to hear. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, shit, my character sheet got all fucked up again.
I literally just
I
go to the
love
Apple
it.
store, throw a set of AirPods at Lockhart, put these on.
Okay. So I'm at 7 prep after making the thing. If I use how much? 3? Everyone can be linked up?
Yeah.
Yes. 3 prep, everybody has effectively Rary's telepathic bond.
And you'll
Ooh,
be
is it-
starting this at roughly where we are, because I'll be going into this with 4.
Okay, you know what? Everyone's suited up, I guess. Kai's gonna spend all the prep. All of her extra prep, it's gone.
That's what she do.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I don't want to, but it's what she would do. It's what she's built for.
I was
So
made for
everyone,
this.
yeah, let me read this real quick. So Lockhart it's essentially a wireless earbud connected to her phone. I imagine you know those tiny little USBs that like connect wireless mouse controllers. I imagine that's plugged into her phone, connecting to her off-brand AirPod. Because no way we could afford that. And
I mean, Bluetooth
Apple.
is a thing.
Yeah, exactly. Bluetooth.
You can go to fucking like CVS and buy a $10 Bluetooth earpiece.
Exactly.
So.
I say it's not AirPods because I imagine the brand is like 10 times more expensive in this world, just for a little Apple logo. But it says the tag mod gains the functionality of a simple cellular device. It can communicate only with you or any other person holding a data link tagged mod. Characters can communicate verbally simply by thinking about transmitting their words. No matter the volume the character speaks at, the receiving audio is perfectly clear. These communications are on a private line, though they are still detectable and can be hacked if a character is aware of their existence. And that's what it says.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I will put it in chat.
No, it's not that it's a lot. It was it can be hacked, so now Legacy has secondary things she's gonna be monitoring.
If they look for it. I don't know why they would look for it. Like, if they're aware of its existence in the first place, which, if all goes well, they won't be.
To be fair, we're going up against a hacker that Legacy has been not talking up, but is very clearly not thrilled to be dealing with.
That is true. And Kaya would have told Legacy, but like, hey, this is the thing. I'm sorry. It's all I've got.
So just making sure here. Oh, no, God, sorry.
I was like, Legacy is not like mad about it. She understands the reason to have it. She's just like, okay, add that to the list. Hook up all the shit to her arm so she can be monitoring that frequency.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it has to be on an augment. So, like, what augment does Kaya mod up? Is Legacy's arm?
Oh, that's the only one she's gonna let you touch, because all the rest of them are vital organs.
Yeah. So Legacy's arm gets a little
Just to stick a
like a
USB
little-
in it.
Yeah. It's like a tiny little USB.
Oh, her finger comes off. You just pull off her
Yeah.
finger, and you're just like, there we go. Just plug it in where her finger goes, and then put her
Plug
finger right
it
back on
in,
top of
plug
it.
it in.
No, she's not gonna take away a finger. She'll probably give Legacy the tiny little like Tic Tac size USB. Like, here, fit this somewhere.
Yeah, Legacy can figure out how to do that herself. We'll find the
Yeah.
least intrusive place that if she needs to pop it off for some reason, she can.
Yeah. Neon will get the same thing. Tiny USB. Here, you got augments. I'm sure you could fit this somewhere. She will give an explanation of what it is.
Hide it amongst all of your
Things.
newly augmented hair.
Yeah, just like here.
Yeah.
Put it
Yeah,
behind your
that's
ear.
fine.
One of
So-
these guys.
So, question. Because Lockhart does not have any augments, does she have to speak out loud? Because it's not telepathic, essentially?
You would have to speak. You would have to speak at least at a whisper, as though you were talking into your cell phone.
Yeah, okay. Just making sure.
So you can still get away with a very soft spoken voice, but yeah, it's yours requires a bit more like activation than the
Or-
typical one would.
Alternatively, there is such a thing as just tapping your mic if it's just a little earbud.
Hmm
Just
You
fucking
could do that.
flicking at it to let us know that you're there if you can't talk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Smart.
Just gonna fucking tag her arm.
Start typing in Morse code.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
Tap, 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 tap.
Alright. That's all Kaya's prep. Squad's linked up. Lockhart's got an EMP grenade strapped to her.
All Lockhart needs to remember is 1 for yes, 2 for no.
Yeah.
Okay, are we ready?
What are we doing?
What's the
We still haven't
plan?
figured
Yeah,
out
we
what
gotta
the fuck
plan
we're
this
doing.
out. I just wanted to get that stuff out the way. You made this a lot more harder than we thought it would be, Joe. Especially, you even said at the beginning of the session that it's a baby heist. This is not a baby heist, Joe.
Remember
It's fine.
yesterday when I was preparing an easy encounter and you guys almost died?
Yeah, it's fine.
This is revenge
Maybe-
for yesterday.
Maybe I got a little carried away.
Just a little.
Little?
A little.
Un poquito.
Un poquito.
You're
No.
introducing an anti-legacy and I don't like it.
Yeah. You have any idea how scary that phrasing is?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Neon. Piper. What is
Hi, that's me.
Neon doing? After hearing all of this, because Neon's the one that is for sure going into the house at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so she has her giant fucking drawing up. Well, window connects to the office. If I can find a perch, we could just slip in. If not, we can get up to the roof, take care of the guard, work our way down, disable the security, have Lockhart on standby to knock out anybody.
First, I guess, is are you wanting to do it during the day or at night?
Nighttime.
So that does mean that the dude is gonna be there.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mm,
Well,
Is,
we could do it during the daytime, but do it or stuff for that.
is there a way for us to potentially cut power for a bit? Because the power, if I remember correctly, Joe said the power and water and all that was nearby, like an
And the
access
surface
point.
tunnels,
There-
which Kaya has a map to, right?
Yes, Kaya, you would have access to a map that goes to the service tunnels that would lead you to an area where you are able to interfere with the plumbing and power. You
Yeah.
can do that, but you, Kaya, would also know that interfering with that would
Mhm.
set off a dozen alarm
Yeah.
bells.
Yeah, I was just about
Yeah.
to say that will send the guards to alert. So
It would not set off alarm bells in the home. It would send off alarm bells to the ward security.
yeah, because
Yeah.
since it's on public grid, that's where the issue is. If it was private grid, it'd be a different story.
Mm-hmm.
It is something you can do. It would effectively put you on an 8 to 12 minute timer before the place started swarming with dudes.
Yeah. It seems like a last-ditch effort.
It would be a good emergency escape option where you're like,
yeah,
we need to black out
rig
the
it.
room and
Yeah.
fucking run.
yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead and rig it to turn it off, but have it on like a button that we can press rather than starting with that.
All
You could
right.
easily make something to do that without having to spend a prep, Kaya.
Okay.
It could also be used technically to cause disarray. Like, I don't know how on alert the guards would be automatically, but like if we could cause some kind of distraction nearby, maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure my thought process is working right now.
No, you've got a good idea. If we could get a grid that's connected to like a bank or multiple banks and like turn their power off, the police would think there's like a heist going down at whatever banks they're at, and so the police would rush there rather than defense lawyer place.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think of a way to at least maybe get one of the guards not away, but like off their route, essentially.
Yeah, and the issue with the heist idea is, although that would be cool, it would be better if we had more time and more manpower to do that in a like neighboring ward, because then that means like you're probably setting off a bank alarm a couple blocks away, and that means that it's going to be closer to that 8-minute mark than that 12-minute mark, if not less than 8 minutes.
Yeah, it'd probably, like, once they take care of that, they'd probably be 2 minutes away.
Yeah.
And the problem with distracting the guards is that they would call it in and be alert regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming Joe is playing from the evil overlord list, which everybody should at least have a copy of, I feel.
Our best bet would be to, if you're wanting to handle the guards, would be to just take down a guard normally. Try to do it without him alerting anybody.
That's why I know, as stupid as it is, the front door method was kind of my thought process.
Throw them off their rhythm. Okay, so taking out power is the oh shit, we gotta run plan. Kaya can trick that out and have that on a button.
Legacy really does not want to go inside, but it sounds like Legacy needs to go inside. Legacy is not built for stealth, though.
She's not.
I'm guessing you can't guide me with like a plug-in electronic that you can hack from remotely.
Hardest in instructing Elliot.
I would.
Oh, like I would say, like give me like a USB or something that connects to your computer, and then you can hack from there or something.
I would love to, but Joe has made the comment a few times that I'm not man in the chair level yet.
Not quite yet. I would say if you are physically in front of the building, like if you were in like a van across the street, and Kaya used a prep, you could make, or you or Kaya used a prep, you could make a remote USB device that plugged into an internal system inside that house. You're instantly in.
Well, again, what about connecting to the power grid for that? Is that
That's
possible?
Power grid and local net don't necessarily cross.
Yeah.
That'd be like saying you can hack by just plugging into a wall outlet, essentially.
Yeah.
Rather than a computer port.
I mean, that seems like a better idea for Legacy's build than going inside.
Well, is there an option? Because does Neon have cybernetic eyes?
I wish I did, but I do not.
Or any type of cybernetic like glasses or anything.
Dude,
We have the glasses still. We still have the glasses.
You still have the glasses.
Pull out the fucking glasses. What can she do with that?
Can Legacy also try to kind of piggyback onto the glasses that she's seeing what Neon is seeing?
I will say yes, you can do it. I will say two things. Yes, you can do it. In one case, if you have a hard wire running from the glasses to whatever system you're connecting to, you can do it over any distance so long as the wire is there. You can do it over a wireless distance so long as you are within a mile.
Okay, so it sounds like the goggles are the best bet.
Yeah.
And it would be exactly the way you are imagining it, where you are seeing like a live camera feed of what the goggles are picking up.
Just pair it with her fucking visual scatterer that she has.
Mm-hmm.
And I tricked out those goggles so they can see like augmentations and shit.
Yeah. Kaya probably would have given Legacy the goggles in the first place. She would not have wanted to hold on to them.
So I will also say, when you sync up to the goggles, your remote viewing apparatus will be synced to exactly what is being seen. So if the person wearing them were to switch to infrared, you would have no choice but to see in infrared as well.
Yeah.
So just be aware that you're not like on a separate channel. You're seeing just exactly what they see.
Yeah, I figured as much. It's more
Okay.
if she needs to guide Neon to do something, she would be able to see what Neon is doing, to be specific.
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess if Kaya wants to spend that prep to give her a remote hack thing.
I will say, actually, so did you write down all of the capabilities of the goggles?
I bought
Just the standard goggles?
I bought the recording stuff. I bought the sensory filter, so immunity to flashbangs, and I can see augmentations.
I will say, if you want to swap out one of those tags for a remote hacking tool, you don't have to spend a prep. You just give up one of those tags.
I will leave that to Piper, because that's Piper's toy.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is.
An opportunity.
Can I spend the cash to just add the tag to it? I have 2 cash.
You can spend the cash to do it, but it would take time, and if you want to do this job like in a day, then you would have to give it time to be worked on.
So what are my options? I guess I don't need the recording if Legacy is going to be recording it, so I guess I can swap that out.
Yes, this is technically true. Legacy could record it from a remote desktop recorder.
Yeah, I like the immunity to flashbangs in this case.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, and seeing augments would be helpful.
Yeah. And I do have my surveillance suite too, that I can use to cover for stuff. Okay. That's fine.
Okay, so heck solved.
Yeah,
Got-
Legacy does not need to go inside.
Neon GoPro. Lacey's around the corner.
Lacey's camped out in an alleyway down the block.
In a vehicle. Not just stand in an alleyway.
We're co-opting Lockhart's car.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Or Neon's.
Yeah?
Yeah, Neon is a van.
Yeah.
I have an SUV. That counts, I think.
Yeah.
Weird question, but how do things connect to, the internet in this setting?
How do what connect to the internet?
Just anything.
It's still Wi-Fi. There's Wi-Fi signals. There's straight Ethernet cables and stuff like that.
So are routers a thing and whatnot then?
Yeah.
Still?
Mm-hmm.
So technically, you could EMP the router and turn off the net for at least a minute or two.
Yes, you. Yeah.
Well, would there be I was assuming there was a little bit more of a station-wide Wi-Fi that would be going on too, though.
It depends on the location. There is station-wide Wi-Fi that is provided by the government. For private residences, they may have a separate subnet that works on as a private part of their home. That you could crash. That would disable them in a way that, if they had private cameras connected to it or specific door lock, it would disable and make those inaccessible. But that is also with the understanding that those things would have to be unshielded. You're getting to the territory now where the money you are encountering and the level of please don't, like, we don't want our shit to be messed with has started going up to the point where now people are splurging on anti-EMP shit because they're like, if this goes down, I am boned.
I mean, it's a router, right?
If it were a router to a private network.
Yeah, if it were a router to a private network. I assume there's some wiring that can be snipped, right?
This is true. Yes.
Yeah. So worst comes to worst, wire cutters exist.
There ain't no shit that EMP.
You got a shield against fucking wire cutters,
wire cutters. Yeah, no, you're like, it's just, you just got to put a little bit more elbow grease into it, but you'll cut through the fucking thing.
They try to put like what?
Borrow a pair of wire cutters.
Kaya has all of the fucking tools.
Yeah, like,
in her fucking toolkit. Like
any tools Neon and Lockhart want, somewhere between Legacy and Kaya, there's an extra.
Yeah, like between the two of them, you got software and hardware covered.
All the tools, because we fucking hoard the shit.
And we're both scavengers.
Yep.
I like to imagine it's a Venn diagram, and everything that is in the middle it just keeps getting swapped between the two of them.
I'm gonna take some wire cutters just in case.
Yeah, guys, got him.
Set up that power grid turnoff too as our emergency exit.
Yeah, so Kaya's. I guess we still haven't planned out what the fuck we're gonna do.
Yeah.
It's 10 o'clock.
Let's continue with that then.
Okay.
Ugh.
So it's gonna be. We have decided that it's gonna be at nighttime.
It can be at nighttime. It doesn't
can.
have to be.
So I mean, Neon's the one who's gonna be going in first and foremost and most exposed. So nighttime or daytime?
I honestly think there'd be less security in daytime.
I think the point is that you're less likely to run into people during the daytime in the house. It's just the process of getting into the house. Random strangers on the sidewalk are going to be able to see you better.
Yeah, it's it's going to be
bystander effect. Nobody's going to call it out because the bystander effect.
I will say, Piper's not necessarily wrong. This is definitely an area of the station that encourages selfishness. If I saw some rich dude's house getting robbed, and I am an enemy corporate lawyer, I'm not gonna call the police. I'm gonna let his house get robbed. Because it benefits me.
Hopefully get
Definitely
that
one of
information
those.
too.
Yeah, definitely
See
one
it
of
on the
those
bucket.
refuge and audacity things.
So I will say the real struggle here is it is easier to see you in the daytime.
Yeah.
But there is an opportunity to run into people inside the house outside of the guards who are on a random schedule at night. That is the toss-up.
But at night we risk Mr. Big Shot defense lawyer burning the midnight oil and being in the office.
I would prefer to tangle with the guards alone rather than him as well, and having to deal with that bullshit.
Yeah.
So
He himself might not be
And the guards
dangerous.
might not be that alert during the daytime because, like, why would some stupid idiot try to rob us in blind daylight? They're
Also
gonna be
not a bad thought
reading the
process.
newspaper.
That's true.
So if you go during the daytime, how are you wanting? Are you wanting to just climb up a wall yourself? Are you wanting Larry to do some shit? Are you wanting?
I would like to have Larry set up a grappling hook on the roof. I get up there. I look for the guards. Try to sneak past them down the stairs to the office. As long as I don't go to where these skylights are, then the guard from above couldn't see me.
But here's the other thing, though. There's a guard on the roof, and they're likely going to see Larry with a grappling hook.
Unless Larry has a shotgun. I'm just kidding. I'm not giving him a shotgun.
Depends.
Well,
depends on
it depends on
where
where we
they
can
place it and what
Yeah.
how we time it.
Yeah, like we could
Mhm.
place it like if we place it like back here,
Well, that's
guard
the
has nowhere to.
that's the top floor of the office building,
Or-
correct? Or the office itself. Here, Joe.
It says maintenance roof area.
Yes, there's a maintenance roof area behind, but this whole nope. Hold on 1 second. I have a window open. This is the roof part of the office. This window or this wall is a window, and then this is all like upper nice patio area. There is a maintenance area over here. That's where like your heating, cooling, fixtures are.
Alternatively, there's a window right here. I could climb up to the window and just go in through the window. I doubt there's going to be a guard in the office.
You never know.
I mean, you never know, but that's why I would look through the window before jumping in. And if there is a guard, I just drop down, relocate,
Mm-hmm.
get in the office, and then sneak back around, maybe go through like a back door to this bedroom over here, this bedroom down here, grab the info, get out. That way I don't have to navigate the house.
Because I think we need a bug in the office. We need a bug in the master bedroom, and then we might.
Did we
need-
figure out where the master bedroom is?
I think that.
Yes, it is the one labeled bedroom.
Yeah, it's the question mark, the yellow
Okay.
question mark. And then the other option would be a bug
Okay,
either
so
in
that's-
that like central apartment area, or there may not be as much business going on up here, but on the roof and whatever the fuck the black box is that we still don't know what it is.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Ideally, I would like to just go from window to window and not have to navigate through the house, because that drastically raises my chances of being alerted.
So drop one of the bugs up in the rooftop lounge area then?
Yeah, I can drop one in the rooftop lounge, dip back down, go to the office, drop there, hack, drop down, and then like go through like a back door, or like if there's a window here or something, drop my bug. Yeah.
And I would say put the large one in the office. And then the two smaller ones in the other places.
Am I taking anything Oh yeah, I am taking physical stuff out of the office, right? We were thinking paperwork,
Possible
right?
documents, yeah.
Yeah, safe. So
Only if it doesn't, because we will get some decent information, especially if you drop the large bug in the office. Because of how Legacy set that up, she will get a good deal of information from that. So that is picking up paperwork and physical things is useful, yes, but only as the like, if you see it, you don't necessarily need to go digging for it.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
okay. I want somebody at like near one of the sides of the building, because if I say I'm coming out hot and my only way is to jump off the roof, I want somebody there to catch me.
So, Lockhart or Kaya?
Well, it depends, because Lockhart needs to be hanging around close anyway if
Yeah.
Lockhart
Yeah.
needs to bust in and run interference.
So I want
Lockhart.
you nearby Kaya to catch me.
Oh? I thought you said you
This
want
is-
Lockhart.
I want you to, because it frees up Lockhart to punch people.
This is also
Alright.
true.
That's true, okay.
There is also the thought of, like, you're going in through the roof, right? How are...
Go on.
I'm just wondering, like, would,
How am I getting through the door? Also,
yeah, that was my concern.
There's
I thought-
there's automated locks that Legacy could hack. You could break the lock in. You could try to physically pick it.
Yeah, since
It's
if
feedback,
if Legacy can do some remote hacking via glasses and guiding a neon a little bit, then getting in when it is not as time sensitive shouldn't be a problem.
I was gonna say, if you're going in hot, just leave through the front door. or if you're leaving lot.
It depends on where I am.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
if I'm on the second floor, I'm not fighting my way down. I'm fighting my way up.
Well, and that's what Lockhart needs to be hanging around towards the front. So she can get a view of the terrace, is what I'm thinking. So if she sees Guard perk up and go running, that's Lockhart's
Yeah.
cue to go up and knock his ass out before he can get inside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Kaya, I guess, hanging around towards the back of the building. And Neon just knowing that you gotta go to this corner of the building if you want to jump.
Yeah.
Because that's where Kaya's gonna be.
Plus, we're gonna have comms the entire time.
Yeah.
This is
So
true.
last minute changes, we'll be able to improvise.
Okay.
So it looks like Neon is climbing up. Legacy's gonna be around the corner hacking remotely. Lockhart's gonna be near the front on standby to punch shit. Kaya's gonna be in the back on standby to catch shit.
Yeah. And I
And-
have Larry to put things in place for me.
And that's
Mhm.
another thing.
And
If
Larry.
Kaya's hanging around close enough, she can use
Pilot.
Larry to cause little chaos if needed.
If
And
needed.
anyways,
She can
Yeah,
pilot all of the Larrys.
Mm-hmm. Got a bunch of mini Larrys to go do some shit.
You
Yeah.
could also just set Larry loose, because he will make decisions on his own.
Oh god.
Fucking.
Do you want to trust Joe to pilot your
No, I
drone
don't want
NPC?
I imagine that Kaya would be watching what he does from her controller.
Mm-hmm.
Be like, okay,
Fuck yeah.
Larry. I mean,
Larry could be
I
on comms.
god damn. I know she made comms through Larry with Getty during the Hotel Hell arc. Is what I refer to it and think of it as.
Not inaccurate.
So, so those comms would only reach you, Kaya.
Exactly. So, could Kaya have two? Can her comm be doing double duty to talk with Larry?
You got an earbud in each ear.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to convey. You wouldn't be able to like route Larry's communications to your comm, but you.
Yeah.
I mean, you can hear Larry in one and the team in the other.
Yeah, and she can talk to both, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and she can control Larry with her controller, or help him pilot the swarm, or ask him to do something and just watch what he does, or do something else while he handles something. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
we all get to be on comms just listening to Kaya be like, fucking Larry, no!
It's like when I talk to Sailor, what you guys hear. It's like, don't put that down. Don't do that shit.
Knock over a vase.
Larry, no. Larry, yes.
It's loud enough from the other comm that they hear that, but only that. Alright.
Guys, I gotta call you back.
It's not how it works. They still hear her.
Okay. I think we are as
Ready?
ready as
Yes,
our
Robert,
little
B.
ADHD brains can handle.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Alright. Well,
Okay.
I'm
So,
gonna change my hair color to like a brown. I can do that now.
delightful.
alright.
You have a tasteful coconut brown hairdo.
Kaya, mind if I borrow your tire iron?
She's got like two.
Cool,
Take
mind if I
one.
borrow one?
Strap her gloves up. Okay.
Yeah,
Neon,
she
I hope
actually.
you realize that Legacy is camping out in your van, apparently. But also,
Oh,
if
that's
it
fine.
comes down to her getting caught, she's probably going to run and abandon the van. Because she
Abandon
trusts.
the van. You're gonna be their getaway driver at that point.
Drive. You have a driver's license. We saw the question.
She has a driver's license. She also has not driven in like 9 or 10 years now.
You're in the van. You're getting us out. You're a designated getaway driver.
Have
Well,
a driver's license and use a driver's license are different.
If she's getting cornered in the van, she's running because she trusts herself to disappear down an alley a lot more than her to actually successfully drive the van.
Kaya doesn't have her bike that she can have around the corner and press a button and it meets her. Big
Okay.
sad. That would come in handy.
Let's go.
Yes.
Let's
Okay.
go.
So, we're gonna kick shit off fucking right. I'm gonna use this map to coordinate where y'all are. So who is going to physically go into or near the house?
Not Legacy.
Everybody but Legacy.
Not Legacy. Okay, so everyone but Legacy. So I'm gonna need I'm gonna need a
Yeah.
Lockhart.
And I will say that before we start, Kaya would have taken the time to prep the oh shit power out button.
Yeah.
Yes. So
Okay.
Done that the night before.
Yeah. And Larry.
you prep Larry?
Yeah, no. And Larry, the token. He's gonna be here too.
Oh yeah, I forgot. The Larry token. Let me
Larry
get
token.
one of these. Whoops. Scrolled up too high. There's 2 Larrys.
All of the Larry.
Put one. Well, there's about to be 11, so.
Fair. So your tokens aren't an exact representation of where you are. It's just to represent more or less the area you are in.
We're doing this by clue rules
Yeah,
here.
very clue. Very clue. So that said, is there any last things before we kick off? We're good? Square?
I think so. I think we're good.
You're going in daytime or nighttime?
Daytime.
Daytime. Okay.
Well, there's 2 questions really fast for Legacy. Well, a question and a statement.
I have a question as well, but you go first.
Question number 1, because she's going to be doing hacking things. Do I need to go ahead and rule something for ghosts?
You can go ahead and do that, yes.
What am I rolling again? Because I only had to do like once.
You are rolling hacking, plus your, plus it's a clever plus hacking. Do you have any specific things that relate to ghost? Talents.
Like, I may not have a couple of things that isn't going to increase the roll. It just gives me extra ghosts.
Okay, if that's the only thing, then your roll, you are good to roll, and you will get however many ghosts on top of. You get 3 plus the number of you, or plus the number you get from your talent, or no, 1 plus the number from your talent, and then you get an additional 1 for every 3 over the DC you beat. I will say, the DC for this is going to be 16.
Okay. Hold on. Can I preemptively activate my memory worm, where I spend a prep and it lowers the effective level of the network by 1?
Yes. Yeah.
Would
If
that
you
lower
lower. Yeah, that would lower the DC to 15, and it would make it less responsive to you if you failed your ghost check.
Okay.
And just so you're aware, Joe, I do have the danger sense thing, so if they alert to me and intend to do shit to me, I would be alerted to it.
I don't fully.
It's the perk you made. If somebody nearby intends to harm you, either physically or social, I can roll cool versus their defense, and on a success, I'm alerted to them.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I get no
So you get
extra.
You get no extra. You get exactly what your talent provides you, which I think is like plus what, like 2 or 3.
So I get 1 naturally. Do I get any from clever? Was that what I was hearing? Or
you get only what your talent provides you, plus the 1.
1. Which I will also say for Neon's sake, because since I would be activating my, go back and find it, my virtual ghost, I get an additional ghost, and Neon gets an additional stealth.
Yes. So right now you have 2 ghosts and Neon has 1 stealth.
And then I will go ahead and activate. Hold on. Let me reread this thing one more time. activated memory one. I will also activate my ghost protocol, which gives me an additional one, so I'll have 3 ghosts. Spending a prep to activate it, and then I will get a bonus when I have to roll eventually.
Okay. Cool. So you have 3 ghosts, and you have 1 stealth already, Neon. Go ahead and roll me a stealth check, Neon. Not stealth check. A quick roll plus your stealth bonuses. Or whatever your... I keep forgetting what abilities I gave you all.
So,
And it would be... It would... So I will tell you now, the DC, because of the lowered security, the mood of the security, it's going to be... probably 15.
So I should boost this.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if I have anything. Okay, so yeah, I'll just roll myself. Or, yeah. Hey! I did it, boss.
Alright. So you get 1 plus 1. So you have 3 successful stealths.
Okay. And those are like, if I fuck up.
Yeah, if you fuck up a roll, you're not revealed immediately.
Okay.
Okay, so how are you approaching this? It's daytime, you roll up on the side of the street in the neon SUV.
Okay, so I want to go, to start off with, I'm going to take Larry and go over to this window with the rope. This is about like 2 stories up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna have Larry. First, I'm gonna have him look through the window, and then like, if he sees anything, come down and like give me like a tap on the shoulder or something, and if not, attach the grappling hook.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to make a choice. You can give Larry one of your stealth successes, or you can not save them for yourself just in case, and he will roll his own.
I'll give him one of my stealth. That's fine.
Okay.
He's the pinnacle of stealth. What are you
That is a
talking
good
about?
choice. So
He is smart, but he's not that smart yet.
No, he's not. Thank you. I appreciate it.
So you give him 1 stealth, and you hand him. Do you tell him to just go scout it out?
I tell him to look through the window. If he sees people, come back and like tap me on the shoulder. Don't say anything.
He looks at you, gives you a firm like nod, the serious face, and he gets real close to the wall, almost like an underwater diver. He puts like his belly towards the wall and starts to float up as if he has wheels and was just rolling up the side of the wall. As he's going up and up and up and up, he gets close to the window, and you see his little grips hang on to the ledge, and he positions himself in a very awkward manner because he's trying to see in while also maintaining his, like, quote-unquote grip on the wall, but he's managing it. He, after a second, you see him look right, look left, look right, and then turn around, and facing you, he shakes his head back and forth. He does not come down, he just shakes his head now.
Okay. Attach the grappling hook, and I will begin my ascent.
Okay. He turns, and he starts fidgeting with the window. And the window is sheer. So as he's fidgeting with it, he can't really find a spot that's super secure for the hook. You can see him doing this because it's pretty easy to see. He's not too far away and it's daylight. So as he's doing that, you can see him take the hook, and he takes 2 prongs of it and sticks it on the edge of the windowsill. It's very precarious, but it is locked. You can climb it. It's I will tell you that if you are climbing this in a rush, it might come loose. But as long as you are taking your time and being very careful,
Yeah.
you'll be good.
Yeah.
So he hooks it there and then floats down a little bit away from the edge of the window and just kind of gets out of your way. And you scurry up the rope. As you are scurrying up the rope, you can see down in the front area of the building, and you're having flashbacks to the party. This building looks definitely a lot more ritzy in the day. It looked ritzy at night. This looks like a billion, or not billion, but like a multi-million-dollar mansion. This is a pricey place to live. And the tan brickware, like stonework on the sides of the walls are very odd to see on the station, considering the station is built to be predominantly metal, walls, roof, and floor. So it's a little strange to have this like textured rock beneath your fingers, but it's easy to climb. So with those under your heel, and you get up to the windowsill, there is barely a lip, but you are doing the ninja thing, and you have a grappling hook. So go ahead and make me a quick roll.
Okay. Right.
And you can add your ninja, any sort of ninja skill you have to this, and you will be able. The DC is 12.
Stealth.
Yes.
Okay.
Ooh. Okay. So you're holding onto the windowsill, and as you are shifting there, you have about enough room for the first segment of your finger to hold on to, and it is a tight grip. You can see the edges of your fingernails are like white knuckling from the pressure, but you carefully slide along the wall, and as you're going, the grappling hook, you can see it tips over and starts to fall. And I'm gonna roll for Larry, and I will roll one more. Oh gosh. Okay. So Larry, he dives for it, and it just conks him on the head and wraps around his little manipulator, and it yanks him down about 10 feet. But he's got the grappling hook, and he'll carefully fly back up and place it back where it was. That's not a stealth failure. It's just using up one of Larry's prep.
Okay.
So you breathe out a sigh of relief, because no shattered glass, which is alarming, considering that grappling hook is very sharp and pointy, and it did hit Larry on the head. But you get up to the window, and you see it looks perfectly sheer. You've encountered these windows maybe once or twice before in your ninja career. These are like heat sensitive, like sliding frames, or not frames, sliding windows, and the frame is not offset. It's just a flush, flat pane. But if you touch it in just the right way, it will give and then offset and slide open really, really carefully.
Okay.
So make me another stealth roll. Okay. So you you take your hand and press it against the window, and you're pushing, because typically what you would do is push the window outward from the inside. You're trying to push it in like sideways so it thinks someone on the inside is pushing it.
Yeah.
And it takes you a minute, but you manage to get it, and it ticks up slowly, and you hear the shh as it opens, and in the office room you don't see anybody. It's perfectly clear. You see on this floor, because this is the middle floor, the door to the office is open. I'll put you in here. The door to the office is open. There's a large, like, corner desk that has a bookshelf on top of it. There is a library that, like it's I say library. It's also like a just gigantic bookshelf from floor to ceiling, decorated to look ornate and have little knickknacks of maybe like his diploma is there, and a sand, an hourglass, other stuff, pictures and books. It's very ornate. It's very magazine catalog. And go ahead and roll me a. Well, hold on. You enter the room, and you're still perfectly silent. Where are you going to place the bug immediately, or are you going to leave the room? Like, what's your plan?
I'll start with placing the bug.
Okay.
And this is just a catch-all information thing, right? So I don't have to put it like next to a computer or anything.
Correct.
Wherever it will still pick up
Probably
noise
somewhere
and
high
shit.
up. Yeah.
Yes.
Somewhere high up, like maybe on the top of the bookshelf, like maybe behind like a ridge in the bookshelf, because bookshelves aren't perfectly flush. They got those little like indents to keep them from falling and stuff.
Are you going to put it on the bookshelf that is just a standalone one, or like the little upper part of his desk?
The standalone one.
Okay.
Nobody's gonna look up there for whatever reason.
So go ahead and roll me a stealth check. This is to hide the drone, or not drone, bug. This is to hide the bug.
I will boost this one because this is an important roll.
That is a good boost. Office, first floor. Let's see, 16. Okay. So you climb up to the top of the bookshelf, and again, this is very practiced ninja footwork. You do a quick hop, grab onto the middle rung, which is the most, or the middle vertical binding, which is or vertical support, which is the most stable, and carefully ladder your way up. Once you get to the top of the bookshelf, you fish out one of the drone or bugs and stick it behind a series of just kind of generic looking encyclopedias that have a thin layer of dust on top of them. The kind of thing that someone would put out forward so they're like, ooh, look at how smart I am, but they never actually use. So the odds of someone coming up here to look for those seem pretty low to you. But you carefully place it there, and as you do, you notice something. You're on the top of this bookshelf, along the wall, and you see almost like a seam against the wall, like a thin air, the type of seal that comes around on a door.
Okay.
And that would be this. So you see some type of secure room hidden behind the bookshelf. It's locked, obviously. There's no obvious handle, but you know that there's something here. You're too close to miss it.
Oh, hey, Legacy, do you see what I see?
There'd be a long pause because she's not as good at noticing like shit like that.
She'll point at it. She'll point at it.
Even still, this is like pointing out like a fishing line, and you're just like, yeah, it's right there.
I'll explain it to her then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then Legacy's like, ooh. Can you get in?
How is it locked?
You don't know. Judging from it, roll me a clever check.
Legacy, do you want to roll a clever check for me?
That's a good point.
Yeah,
Now
that's
that Legacy sees it, Legacy can roll a clever check.
Yeah. Also, quick question: are the comms like we can interact with everyone individually, or is it Discord server?
It's Discord server.
Okay, Discord server. All right.
So Kaya can help too. Come help me out.
Yeah. Just
I mean,
like
if she's looking at
architecture.
the actual video feed,
Yeah, I don't think Kai could access it, right?
you would have to be with Legacy.
Yeah, so she can't access it. She can only hear it.
We can
So,
describe
like-
it to her.
Yeah, you heard like Neon, like, you see that line right there? That means there's a fucking door there.
Mm-hmm. You heard that much.
Or...
So
I will let Legacy roll a clever check.
Ooh.
with advantage because it's two brains working. Because if it's just straight
With
clever.
advantage and your +1 because it's a corporation.
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's
Yeah.
fucking go.
Okay. So
I wasted all
Legacy,
of my good rolls on the fucking info gathering.
that's gonna come up big though. So no sweating. You look at that seal, and it doesn't look like a typical like push-pull door. This is definitely some kind of mechanized, like maybe kind of like a vault door, or some like digitally locked and secured door. There's something important behind it, and it's not accessible, at least just looking at it, quick glancing and understanding how it's built in. This is probably not opened by some device. It's probably opened via the network.
So
Go at it, hacker lady.
am I being able to remote hack the network here, or is Neon needing to plug something in at this point?
So you can hack the network now, and this would be if you just whenever you decide to hack, this is the one hack that you will get with advantage that will not immediately trigger Longview.
Okay. So let me...
It's go for it, I think.
Which I get a boost. That's my boost from the ghost. First one into the network after I do that.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where reason I couldn't do any more like personal prep spending. I will let me read this out for you, Joe, so that you know exactly what I am doing here.
Honk.
I will also
Sorry.
use a prep to activate Data Bomb, which gives me advantage on my next 3 hacking rolls, and on any active administrators, they have a disadvantage on their next roll.
Okay. Yep, that would apply directly to Longview's attempts to defend the network.
So, coming into this, I get a boost and 2 advantage.
So I am going to rule
Holy
it
shit.
as when you have multiple instances of advantage, they turn into a boost. So right now you have 1 boost, advantage, 2 boosts. So you roll 4d6.
Okay.
Hey!
Holy shit!
Let's see it.
Now that we're all hyped up about it, I don't think it's gonna go well.
Knock on wood.
Hey!
Okay.
Let's fucking go!
Legacy's
Okay.
entry into the network.
So you
Legacy is
you
the network.
are there is a lot of anxiety riding in on your a lot of pressure riding on your shoulders. There's a lot of anxiety, but you're like, I've done this before. I've done this before. And you just kind of shake it off for a second. And you're just like, yeah, it's one guy. It's no different than me. I'm one person. He's one person. Let's see what he fucking got. And you tear into this network as fast as you've ever torn into a network before. So you are tearing into this, and you run into just several different layers and layers of security measures, and you are just like, this is the equivalent of walking through a minefield and a laser tripwire area at the same time. You don't set anything off, but you can see every tripwire and trap that is laid here. And this is a fucking labyrinthian nightmare puzzle. But you creep through it and get into the network and can access the office room controls. That is the windows, the doors, and the vault.
Would this secure server room access, would that be the vault or the doors?
It would be the vault it would be this.
Okay. So she's gonna try and pop that one open. Since I rolled a 26, can I also say that I shade the windows?
Yes. Yeah, that is absolutely with part of the thing that you get as just a freebie. So you have access to the office, and you can get away with shading the windows. So Neon, while you're in here, you hear the tension and silence go over the line, and then after a pause, it gets really dark in the room. And after another second, the ambient lighting comes on, and you turn around and you see the windows and glass wall upstairs, because it's a lofted room, totally dark. It's blacked out and 100% opaque. And the only light you're getting now is from the actual overhead lamp lighting. Then the door legacy. You find that, for the record, all of the traps and tripwires and everything that you've dodged, you only get a vague idea of what they are connected to. They're not, I say traps and tripwires and minefield, it's not entirely accurate. It's more like if you activated a trap, you would be opening a cage to a Cerberus type dog. It's not going to be a bomb. It's going to be a virus that hunts you down.
Oh, joy. Okay.
And you know that it is going to be serious business, but you did not trip it. You're just aware of it now, which will give you a little bit of an edge on the next time that you have to deal with it, or whenever you have to deal with it.
I'll say the lion has not been quiet this entire time. You guys have been catching every fifth or sixth syllable of Legacy just muttering to herself the entire time.
Oh boy.
So, as you are working your magic through the network, seeing all of the potential dangers that exist, you can see why Longview gets his name. But you can't plan for chaos. So, you manage to open the door. Neon, you see the door as are you still hanging onto the bookshelf?
No.
Okay. So you're standing now in the softly lit room, and you hear the and then and behind the bookshelf you see the wall. The bookshelf is still standing there, but there's no back to it. It is just the horizontal and vertical shelving. and you can see behind it the wall slides open down the middle, and then after it slides open, the bookshelf parts, and you can see that there's 3 vertical supports, and the vertical support that is in the center splits, and it's almost like double doors, and they slide open. Inside that vault, you can see that there are a lot of like locked and steel cages that hold servers and boxes, none of which are particularly like obviously labeled, but this is a data storage safe.
Well, now.
You can see a stack, a 1.5 foot high stack of physical data storage, like hard drives, effectively.
So, any objections with me just taking all the stuff and calling it a day?
I still think we need to lay another bug if we can.
Okay, well, I'm first gonna get this to the van and then re-enter.
Okay.
You could.
So I could just take all the hard drives, basically.
Well, we also
hold on. Yeah, you could send him down on Larry. You can bring him over.
And Kaya can get him, or Lockhart can get him.
Well, I was going to exfiltrate regardless because now after I'm done here, searching the office and the safe, I'm gonna go down and I'm gonna go up to this side of the roof rather than going through the house. So I'm exiting the building regardless.
Right.
Okay.
But I feel like time is of the essence.
Yeah.
It's been about 2-ish, 3-ish minutes.
Okay.
The 26 is what saved your ass there, because you not only passed, but you did it fast, especially for the like nightmarishly complex like web that Longview had set up. That saved you a lot of time.
So I have an idea.
Mhm.
Kaya is gonna activate Swarm and have
Okay.
Larry pilot the Swarm. She's gonna pilot Big Larry and carry delivery down to the van.
Okay.
Also, let's double check to make sure that Larry's rolling with a +2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just want to double check that.
We can do
If you're piloting, he uses your stats though.
No,
Yes.
I mean when he himself as doing
Mhm.
stuff. Any bonuses or abilities? She has a +2 to the drone piloting, so Larry has a +2 to whatever he does.
Yeah, he doesn't have stats technically. He
Okay.
just gets a +2 universally.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I will say, because we were talking about... Oh, we never really figured out exactly where we wanted to put the 2 small ones, particularly, but we could also drop a small one in the server room.
Yeah.
Looking around, does it look like there's like frequent signs of activity, or is this literally just a storage room?
This is a room that it seems to be almost like a gun safe, except for data
Okay.
storage devices. So
Okay, so no, this is
Yeah.
a place to put the bug.
yeah,
Okay.
this is not where people would come to talk.
Unless I'm just kidding.
We could just put one in this big room. Just a suggestion.
I mean, or there. If you have an extra bug, there's always the board room meeting place in the office. But there's already one in the office. Never mind.
But the thing is, if we're getting the stuff out of the office, it's just a quick jaunt down to the central staircase to get to the bedroom. The bedroom is literally right there.
Piper just doesn't want to go through the house at all. That's what... So she's just going to go back outside.
To avoid the guards. To avoid the
Yeah,
guards.
and that's
yeah.
understandable.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
And it looks like their office and bedroom are pretty close together if you look at the 2 maps. So
They're basically on top of each other.
Yeah, they're on top of each other.
You would have to from what you can glean, if you ran down out of this office room, if you ran out this way, around the corner, down this staircase, you would pop out here.
Is there a window?
I can give it a try then, because it's a short hallway.
Get the
There's-
information first, though, I'd say.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pass
I
everything
should
off
say,
to Larry.
Yeah, I'll pass
Yeah.
the information off.
I'll have Larry swarm mode be at Neon's command. And
Okay.
Kai's gonna pilot the stack with Big Larry.
So quick clarifying thing.
Yeah.
There is a lot of physical storage here. This is like you have hard drives stacked on top of each other. You have whole servers that are tied and stacked together. Are you going to grab at random, or are you going to take the smallest thing or the largest thing?
How about all of it, and I helped physically bring it down? We just take everything.
It would be a lot. It is a lot.
It is a lot, but I feel like this is the gold mine. So I'm willing to take all this, and if I can't put the bug, I'd be okay with that. Because I feel like this is the mother load. Personally. And like I'll still try to put the bug in, but if like for example the police do show up, I'm fine with not putting a bug in the bedroom over getting everything from here.
Well, can I ask you to have Neon do one thing that she doesn't need to
Yeah.
risk herself for necessarily at the moment,
Sure.
but just to see where we are, because the office has a rooftop window where you can see out onto the rooftop, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The upper floor has the view of the patio
So
or lounge.
can Neon just kind of sneak up to that and just poke, like, to see what's up there, to try and see the full, or as much of it as we can that we don't know is up there,
Yeah, for sure.
before you start running out of the building with anything.
Yeah, you can sneak up to you. There's a staircase in the office that leads up to that other area, so you can very carefully tiptoe over there, crawl up the stairs in a very, very careful manner, and once you get up to that area, which is up
Right.
here, yeah. You can see out on this balcony, or not balcony, but like rooftop. And I will get rid of that. So you immediately see from your position this area right here. This is like almost like a break room. There's a drink machine. There's a mini bar. These are glass walls that you can see straight through. And actually this would be blacked out because Legacy blacked it out.
I was only trying to get the one floor that she was on, to be fair.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine.
So that
so you can
anybody on
see-
the set, like, walking by would not be able to see some random person in the office if they were looking in.
Okay, good to consider. So this wall you can see through, and you can see straight through here and this window and this window. I will set him here. There is a guard who is walking in this direction. This way.
I kind of like that picture, not gonna lie.
It's a good picture.
Why do you make them look cool, Joe? They're cringe. They work for the bad guys.
They look cool to you? They look pretty cringe to me.
That's what's cool, Piper. Being cringe is cool.
Oh, I see.
Um,
And what's this right here?
but
That's black box.
you can't see this area quite yet because this is hard wall.
Okay.
So you could creep out onto this deck into the rooftop lounge and see it. I will say, just for crossing up here and looking out at the rooftop lounge, because this guard is at this particular point in his route, you don't have to make a stealth roll, but you have about 1 or 2 more things to do before you're going to have to start making stealth rolls, as he's going to start being close enough and aimed in your direction.
I just wanted to see what was up there so we know we can consider. Because we know this is maintenance over here, at least in part.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can also see that this has a staircase. Judging from the position of it, it's likely going to lead down into the mezzanine, which would be right above the main floor.
Okay, I'm gonna slip back down then. I have
Okay.
no desire to be up here currently.
Oh, whoops. Sorry.
Uh,
There you go.
I'm gonna peek through this hallway for a guard. There's no guard. I'm slipping down the staircase and doing what I just did and sneaking my way and looking around to the bottom floor.
So, peeking your head through this hallway, you can see this area is this area is split. So this leads into a very relaxed, like almost book reading little area. There's more bookshelves here with art pieces and a sculpture and a lounging couch. And a cigar and cigarette cabinet. This is like a chill smoking lounge. There's a couple of pieces of furniture here that seem to separate, quote unquote, the 2 rooms. And from here, you can see, unless you want to go investigate, this looks like the sun's room. And you can tell all of that. Yes,
I would
that
like
area.
to go to the sun's room, actually.
So when you step in here, I'm going to need you to make a stealth roll.
Oh. Fuck. I'm not gonna boost this. Just roll stealth.
Because you still have a freebie if you fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
still good. So you tiptoe out of the room, and you can hear light conversation. You don't get much detail, but you can tell the person is very frustrated, and it sounds like it's coming from the sun's room.
Okay.
Other than that, you don't hear any noise. The other thing you notice, you can see that in this lounge area, it looks like a smoking lounge. The center table has an ashtray, and in it are 2 cigarettes, one of which is smoking, having just recently been snuffed out.
This
So-
might be a good place to put a bug as well, the second or third bug.
No, it's. I just knew I wanted something in the office and bedroom if possible. That third bug is 100% up to you.
I was thinking either somewhere public or the sun's room to get blackmail on him, but it doesn't look like the sun's room is an option right now.
Isn't that kind of both technically this room? Public and sun's room?
Yeah, because
I mean, I guess I could pick up the sun's room from here.
If they get loud
I-
enough.
Yeah.
And if they're getting loud, obviously means something, right?
mm-hmm.
So describe this room for me again. I know you've done it before, but I want to make sure.
So this room,
Yeah.
there's a lounging couch, there's an ottoman with a little display table on it, there's an ashtray, there's a cabinet along this wall that has different cigars and cigarettes and pipes in it. This is the type of area for a refined smoker. This is and of course there's also a bookshelf with more photographs and art pieces, other books that are mostly for show.
So
This is
like
definitely
a TV room.
correct. This is not a TV room.
Okay.
This is definitely an area where it's close to the office for a reason, and the intent is to impress upon people like I am a sophisticated person who has a lot of there's an oeuvre of trying to impress upon someone that you are a refined, brilliant person. Right? It's really
so it
putting on
wouldn't be
airs.
like a serious discussion room, basically.
It could have serious details, but if it was going to be a very, very secretive conversation, it would be in the office.
Okay. So I'm gonna look to make my way down to the bedroom then.
Okay. So you tiptoe by the lounge. Make one more stealth check for me.
I didn't roll. I'll try that again. Did it roll that time? It did. Okay. Or did it roll the first time? It did roll the first time. I apologize.
So I'm taking the 12.
Yeah, take the 12.
Okay. So you are right about here, and there's like a shelving thing, like a fold-out wall that blocks off this area. As you tiptoe by, you can hear more clearly now. It sounds like the son is agitated and talking to someone, possibly over an online chat, but he's just like fucking complaining about his fucking dad who lost his shit for no good fucking reason. Like, I graduated. I don't know what the fuck his deal is. Of course I'm gonna party. That sort of shit, right? And you're like, okay, he's not entirely paying attention. Probably has a headset on. And as you take one step out of this room here, you notice just in time as a guard rounds the corner, hands cupped around his mouth, lighting a cigarette. And you duck back into the room. And Neon, you are smart enough to put two and two together. This dude is the Flex character. After what Lockhart described, there's the dude on the top floor, there's the dude on the bottom floor, and then there's the Flex guy. And this dude is him. And those are likely his cigarettes. So you dip back into the lounge area. Are you going to hide in the office, or are you going to try to hide in the lounge?
Thinking.
There is also this stairwell back here.
Okay. So, was his cigarette box by the ashtray, or is it just the cigars that he smoked out?
It's just two cigarettes that are stuffed out.
Okay. There goes my idea. I'll slip back into the office then.
Okay.
I have no, I'm going to avoid these people as much as possible.
Okay. While that's happening, Kaya, you are having Larry take the hard drives down, right? The easier to transport smaller things.
If Neon gave them to him, yes. I think I had Larry pilot Swarm to do shit if need be, and Kaya herself is going to be piloting the big drone to carry shit.
Perfect. So the big drone can carry one hard drive at a time. That is exactly enough to carry it.
Okay.
And with that, I will say in the amount of time that Neon had to, between that decision and now, the big Larry would not have, or would have gotten one hard drive all the way down to the van and all the way to you. and I'll roll him stealth. I don't think it will be an issue. It is not an issue. Okay. Because there's
Okay.
not a lot of people out there who are, like, not used to drones flying around, right?
Yeah.
So
Delivery drones.
there's no reason to think he's doing anything suspicious. So he brings down one hard drive and starts to fly back up. Right around this time, Neon, you slip in and you can hear the footsteps, and you smell the cigarette smoke as it gets closer to you. But you hear and then a pivot as it starts to path away from the door. And after another second or so, you hear the sounds of footsteps clacking on stairs.
He's going downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You hear it's very much the tick 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 of someone going downstairs rather than the tick 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 of
Okay.
climbing stairs.
Okay. I'll keep at a distance, but I'll follow him down.
Okay, roll me a stealth check. I will say, I don't know if I said it, but from the one where you dip back inside, that was one of your stealth lives. I don't know if I
Okay.
told you that.
You did not tell me that.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, this is good. You don't lose another stealth life. So you tiptoe around the corner and you can see his back is facing you. His hands are in his pockets. You can see the plume of cigarette smoke trailing. He's very much in the automated, I'm doing my rounds now mindset. And he is going downstairs.
Yeah.
How long do you want to tail him?
Just enough for me to slip into the bedroom safely.
Okay. So
You can hear Neon saying, I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this.
Remember, I've got the bug out blackout switch whenever you're ready.
yeah, Legacy, you see, you're watching this whole exchange, looking at this opulent, like, dark, modern aesthetic mansion with all of these weird, just gaudy art pieces. This very much rings of Tetsuo. It's just kind of painful how incredibly on the nose this type of shit is. But as he is walking down, you're having an opportunity to look where Neon is not. And actually, before you're down here, as you are crossing here following him, you, like, Neon, you look this way and look that way. Legacy, roll me a clever check with a +1 for your corporation thing. This is to spot something that you might recognize.
Yep. Why did it do that?
It's not a hacking roll, so
I know.
technically you wouldn't. Yeah.
I didn't even have that clicked in. It was 0, so it was one of those.
Oh, it's fucking
Stupid.
glitchy. Just roll it until it does it the correct way, and we'll take whichever one is the correct roll. There we go. So, you see for a flash, and I'll let you retroactively do this, Neon. So as of this moment that I'm capturing you in, he would be partway down the steps. Legacy, you see off in this distance a keypad attached to the wall.
Leon, you just hear this like little hiss from Legacy for a moment.
What? What is that?
There's something locked up down the hallway.
What do you think it is?
Something I don't want anybody else getting into if they got a keypad in the house.
I mean, unless you can hack it, I can't really.
If it's a keypad, technically I should be able to hack that. Right, Joe?
Mm-hmm.
I can try.
I can also do the cool science thing of like turning on infrared to see the heat that's touched the keys, and have that help Legacy out.
Okay, I would say that could help. It wouldn't be perfect because it would depend on if someone's recently punched in the keys.
Yeah. So that I'll help you with that, Legacy.
Right. Well, I mean, Legacy will just say, I can try if you want to go that way. Bedroom's downstairs.
It's up to you.
Keypad's over there.
It's up to you.
Do you think you can get past the loudmouth? Get down there?
I can slip past him for now. But once he turns around, I'm gonna have to,
Go.
I can for sure slip into the bedroom.
There's 2 guards down there right now, though. So just, you can. There's windows you can bail out on this floor if you need to.
So I should go to the bedroom then. Or should I wait for the keypad? I'm leaving this to your call. This is a judgment call on your end, because, yeah.
I guess we'll go to the keypad.
Okay, I will go to the keypad then.
Okay.
Suggestion?
In Legacy, I trust.
Don't do that.
Suggestion. Let's hear suggestions.
Again, do we want to put one of... Because we still have two bugs, and if just in case we can't, like, something happens, do we want to have 2 or just the one in the office?
Well, depending on what's in that room, we could be dropping another one in that room.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's the room that probably just has, like, a sculpture or something fancy in it, right? Or is it the lounge area?
So from...
We have no idea. There's just a keypad down here.
There is a keypad. Yeah, there's a keypad over there. Neon... I assume Kaya just was like, where the fuck is that lead with the weird fucking skylights? Neon, you actually see a little bit of light coming in from the skylights above you. They are in this hallway, and you can see that this hallway, there's a lot of art and sculptures plastered along the walls. Most of them have little placards that have a value next to them and a title. It is a show of opulence to be like, by the way, that's my art hall.
Bruh.
So the keypad's in the light?
The keypad is on this wall.
Yeah. Whatever I said is irrelevant, basically.
Yeah. The skylights are like here and then here. Yeah, they're in this hallway. Yeah.
To the bedroom. Fuck off.
Yeah, so we have no idea what's behind the keypad.
Yeah.
I might grab one of those art pieces if I have on my way out, though. If we're free and clear. Just saying.
Just eyeballing it, there's some pretty nice shit here. You could hawk it for a good chunk of cash. But you're going to the bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay. So this guard is walking down here. You give him a good enough distance that he is probably like 10 to 15 feet, maybe 15 to 20 feet ahead of you. Yeah, so he shakes his coat, kind of cracks his neck, walks down this hallway. He doesn't even slow down. He just walks straight through this door and then hooks to the left. Our left. His right. Yeah, so really quickly, as you run through this corner, you hear an oh so familiar and painful noise. The soft of a camera turn.
Duck back.
Yeah, go ahead and make me a stealth roll.
Ooh.
Ow. Boost this one. I'm not feeling lucky.
I'm not feeling lucky, punk. Okay, so you did meet the DC. So the camera wasn't facing you yet. You hear that noise and you immediately are like, I need to go back to where I was. So you dive backwards and make a silent little like tuck and roll. And you can hear from down here, there is a security camera in that corner. And it is currently looking in this direction. It's not seeing you, because you're tucked around the wall, but you can guess just it probably aimed so that it can look from the stairwell to the other end of the hall.
So catch a blind spot, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
No?
Am I able to access the security cameras at all?
You can hack it, yeah. You are inside the house through a proxy. You can hack damn near whatever you want.
I can try to give you an extra couple second loop.
Yeah, feed it a loop.
I will not do an extended loop because I don't want to get picked up, but
That's fine.
I'll be at advantage.
You'll need to do it twice. Once for me to get in and once for me to get out.
I still got all three of my ghosts, and whenever the dude starts noticing me, he still has disadvantage. So this is my second in network advantage.
This would be a DC 16.
Hey. I really don't have anything that's going to be helpful because I'm saving that last one for an oh shit. Yay, 15.
Okay, so you're hacking, going through it, and as you are sifting through the network, you find that security camera, and almost like you are tuning a guitar. You pluck one little string, and Neon, you can tell exactly when that string is plucked because you see this camera, you see the motion of its turning go, and then it moves back a couple degrees, and you hear a, and then in that moment, you are able to mad dash and dart and throw yourself into the bedroom. Boop.
Okay.
I'm assuming that took one of my ghosts, though.
That did.
Okay.
And that's something that, Neon, you have a thought. If you noticed it physically, that is something the network noticed.
Okay.
You dive into this bedroom. It's very sparse. In this bedroom, there's no artwork. There's simply the bed frame, a chair and table in the corner where there sits a mug and a book with a couple of bookmarks in it. And it seems to be a space where very little time is spent. Legacy and Neon, you can both roll me clever checks as you're scanning this room.
Okay.
This will be a DC 12 to spot something.
Nope.
So you both are looking around. This room seems suspiciously empty. You don't see anything out of the ordinary, but you also just see a very sparse amount of stuff, even for a bedroom.
Yeah, I was
This
just
seems
thinking
kind
like
of
this
empty.
is a master bedroom.
Yes, this is the main master bedroom, and it seems like, compared to the rest of the house, this seems devoid of personality.
Like,
And
that raises the suspicion alarm for me. Legacy, do you see like an electronic signature? Maybe something not with the naked eye?
Can I sweep for a signal of some sort that's weird?
You can access the room and go through what signals or what things are connected to this part of the room or this area of the mansion,
Okay.
and that would more than likely illuminate everything that exists in there. Go ahead and make me another hacking roll. All right, you beat. It's DC 16, so you beat it. As you are looking around, Neon and you both come to that same conclusion of like, this seems wrong. It seems like the person who is staying here is trying way too hard to throw suspicion off of this room. So thinking about it for a little bit longer, you just do a quick sweep, not with your keys and your fingers going through the system. You're just looking at how things are laid out. You're in the network, and after a quick glance, you see something that is effectively tethered to a jumbled, like garbled structure, and you don't know what it is. So you carefully pluck and tweak and access it. And you can see immediately that it is another vault door. It's much smaller, but it is another vault door.
Again, that every other couple syllables for a few minutes, and then just, I think I found another room.
Perfect.
How many fucking rooms are in this place?
A lot more than we thought.
Kaya, you can mark down Larry has another hard drive brought to you.
Okay. Delivery for Legacy incoming.
So Neon, Legacy has hacked that door. I assume you open it.
Yeah.
So you can see above the bed, the bed frame, there is a slight reveal of a rectangular window. It's narrow horizontally, but it is deep, and you don't even have to get close to it. You see a literal stack of 1 foot high and 2 feet deep of gold bars. There are other
Gold
unmarked
bars.
there are other unmarked things in there. Packages and bags. But the most noticeable thing to your eye is a fat fucking stack of cartoonish gold bars.
I suppressed my loot gremlin. What's the packages themselves?
Without reaching in, or you would go to reach in and investigate further. But Legacy, you would immediately tell Neon to stop.
Okay.
There is heat sensors. There are heat sensors inside of that area. That if anything is touched or displaced, even while it is open, it will set off an alarm. Unless a code is entered on a different keypad
The keypad
in a
upstairs.
different room.
Yeah, okay. The keypad upstairs.
Possibly.
I'm going to first plant the bug.
Okay, roll a stealth roll to hide the bug.
Okay.
Tuck it up in the bed frame under the bed or something.
Yeah.
Okay. Bedroom, bed frame 14. You can shut off the heat sensors if you hack the other keypad or if you guess the code.
We're not playing any guessing games.
His son's birthday.
0001, because he's number one. No. No, I'm not actually putting that in.
Schmitty, Werben, Yangerman, Jensen.
Okay.
You just hear
Okay.
like the same like I imagine the like god damn it feeling that Neon has right now, but is not voicing because she can't. You hear that over the comms, like fucking god damn it.
We can always take one if we're going loud, like, and trigger it if we want to go loud at the end, but I don't want to do that right now.
No, don't do that. Don't do it.
Yeah.
I will close it.
Yeah. We'll come back to this though after we make sure we get all the data that we need down.
Okay.
Should we even come back to this?
This
Well,
is a
we're
very
gonna be-
distant possibility, but
Yeah. We're not. That's not a priority right now. We're going to get the data off because that's what we came here for. I'm
Alright.
going to put the last bug in the lounge.
Any of that data up top is going to be worth more than a gold
Yeah.
bar will be to us.
I'm more thinking about the packages that are in there rather than the gold bars, in all honesty.
You have no idea how satisfying it is to show my players a dragon horde and be like, you can have it if you want.
I mean,
right there.
We've got the
And gold
bug out.
bars are heavy, which is why I want the packages.
This is true. This is true.
Yeah. I mean, technically, we've got the bug out, blackout button. Grab as much as you can and run.
That's true.
Fucking bail.
But no. After I bug this place, I'm gonna go up, bug the lounge.
Okay, so you're going up to bug the lounge. Roll me. Well, you'll have to make a stealth roll at disadvantage to get past the camera, or you're going to have Legacy hack it as you exit the bedroom.
I'll boost it and take the disadvantage.
I can still try again because I still got a couple of ghosts left. I've only lost one of my 3.
This is true.
If you want to do that, you can do that.
I still have an oh shit button, so I can go ahead and do that this time.
Okay.
Although I do not have advantage on this. Well, that was my second one. Nope, that was the
Should
third
this
one.
be-
I'm out of advantage. Guy still has disadvantage though. It still applies.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Double check if there's any other shit that I have forgotten that I have. I don't think there is.
Okay.
And I will point out that this entire time, as long as the effects of that data bomb are going, it's still supposed to force the entire network to be a level lower.
Yes. The let me check. Then you would have succeeded on the first camera one because that was a 15. So the DC's 15. I thought it was only for one roll. So the DC is 15. So the first camera wall hack was fine. The second one, as you're going through, it has that hiccup, and you'll end up right where you are because you get one and lose one. But good to know. So you.
Yeah, because the just to explain what happened with that, Joe, so that you understand, with my hacking suite, I can have a number of programs active at the same time as I have in my hacking specialty. So since I have a full 3, I can have 3 things going at once. So I have my Ghost Protocol, my Data Bomb, and my Memory Worm, which is the one that lowers the effective network, going at the exact same time.
Okay. I see you.
And then as soon as one is done, it clears off, and I can activate another one.
Okay. Good to know. So, Neon, you dip out very quickly. This guy you don't see anymore. And as you run back up the stairs, you're going to the lounge?
Yeah.
Okay. So you run up to the lounge, and you can see very clearly that there is a plume of smoke coming from this area that's drifted into this hallway here. You still hear
But he
the,
didn't
like,
go past
disgruntled...
me, right?
Huh?
He didn't go past me though, right?
The
It
guard?
was-
No.
You know what? If
It's
as Legacy saw that too, I can actually say this in character so that you know this. That guy was the swap out. The guy that was in front of the building's probably town break.
Mm-hmm.
So he just went up the other set of stairs.
I'm in a pickle.
If you want to brave the hallway, you can try to get to the roof. If you don't want to go past that one.
I want to borrow a mini Larry.
Okay.
Larry is at your disposal.
They're, like, I imagine they have been kind of huddled to your side this whole time.
I would like a mini Larry to go up to the rooftop and see where the guard at the top is.
All
And
right.
once he's not looking at the skylights, I'm gonna look up, like, go over.
Okay.
Larry, you heard the lady.
You hear the
You
mini
got
Larry
this,
just like...
bud.
Mini Larry just goes, fucking got it! And,
You fucking got this. Let's go.
and zips up the stairwell, which is right there. So the tiny Larry goes up. I'm gonna use big Larry to show because this is an active Larry mission. So he's here as he flies up. I'll make him back here. He can see the guard has completed one lap and is on his second lap of this area and is about to walk over the skylights.
Okay, so I'll wait for him to be away from the skylights before I make my way down the hallway.
Ooh, can Kaya see through Larry on her controller?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Kaya is going to be talking to Neon and describing exactly what's being seen with Mini Larry.
Okay.
Just like,
Just
all
keep
right.
feeding me that info.
Yeah,
When
she's
he's
like, all
not
right.
looking at the skylight, give me the signal.
Yeah, he's walking, he's turning left. All right, go.
Yeah, you would see he is like right perfectly as he passes the skylights. Neon, you would have the opening to dart forward and then dart across if this way. That's where you want to go?
Yeah.
Okay, so make me a stealth roll.
Do we want to take a look at the keypad while we're here?
Well, if I got a stealth back from passing the camera, that means that I still have all of my ghosts active. So I can do that without an issue.
I think you used one.
You
on the
used
second time around.
Yeah, because it's a DC 15, so the first one you passed because you met 15, the second one you would have failed and ended up right back where you were because it's a 13.
Okay, so I still have 2 then.
Yeah, you still have 2.
Yeah.
So I can check out the keypad, see what I can do with that.
Neon, your stealth is good. You dart past this area with just only the light footsteps against carpet. As you run up to the keypad, you can see the keypad again. There is it's like dull. It is a gray outlined box with green faceplate touchscreen buttons, and then you run up to it, Neon, and you hear like a bit of frustration over the comm, and then the keypad like lights up and 1,000 lights go off like, and then it clicks.
That was like the trying to scalpel. It's not working. It's not working. Fucking bomb this shit.
Yeah, you crack the code, and nothing happens on your end, Neon. To you, it just looks like it lit up and then stopped. Legacy, you see a signal sent to the safe in the bedroom, and then the safe signal changes frequencies, and that shows the heat sensor is off.
Well, we might as well go back down since there's a fucking guard on the roof right now, or a guard in the lounge right now. Let's go back to the bedroom. Like while we're killing time, I guess.
Alright. You know, you do whatever the fuck. I'll just keep having.
Yeah.
I'll just keep doing running deliveries.
Keep watch on that guard, yeah.
I'm
while the-
assuming my second ghost is gone from that roll.
Your second ghost is gone.
Okay.
Yes, I was gonna say, Iris. Right as that happens, this whole thing transpires. Larry delivers a third hard drive.
To the van. Another
To the van.
delivery for Legacy.
Larry comes up and just goes fucking here, and then turns around and goes back up.
In the middle of Legacy just fucking cussing.
Yeah.
Having a fucking time.
Okay. So with that, I'll go back down to the safe.
Have to do a stealth at disadvantage.
I'll boost it. I'll boost it.
Okay.
What?
It doesn't
Wait,
seem
that's-
to.
That's not right. Hold on.
Yeah, that definitely is not right.
5, what? Okay.
There we go. Okay, you rolled really good. The DC is a lot higher to just dodge past the camera, but you passed it. It was a DC 16 to dodge past it. So you time it. It feels like one of those moments where you're like, okay, 1, 2, 3, ween, 1, 2, 3, ween, 1, 2, 3, and then on the third one you're just like 1, 2, 3, fuck it, and then you just dart out and then dive into the bedroom like you had before, and you tuck and roll, and you see in there, turn, and the vault slowly starts to open as Legacy opens it.
Okay. Packages. What's in the packages?
So there's a handful of things that you crack open, and they are in a hermetically sealed case. You would have to break the seal to know what's inside. They are marked with some type of serial number that is
That's fine.
meaningless to you in Legacy.
Yeah, I don't care about this being discovered because they're going to discover that their fucking data storage is gone. So, might as well. Hey, we were here too.
Okay.
I mean,
So
is there
you-
any objections from anybody on that?
Fuck them.
Because the way I see it, we're going to. The fact that somebody was here is going to be discovered.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I say fuck them.
Yeah.
But there's like
Okay.
no like normal bags or anything that she could shuffle through first that might have anything interesting.
Take it all.
There's a hermetically sealed box. There is a canvas, heavy duty canvas bag, and then there's the gold bars. If you take the box and break the seal, that's one thing. But if you want to just open the bag, you grab the canvas bag, unzip it, and rip the lid open, and inside you see a stack of papers. It's about 6 inches high. Hard copy papers.
Briefly skimming.
Roll me. You and Legacy both roll me clever checks, and Legacy gets your +1.
I did not mean to boost that. did I
That's
just
fine.
check
It was
that?
for some reason rolling you at disadvantage. Go ahead and roll again.
Okay.
So, you're just
Same
skimming
roll,
through it.
regardless.
This is a huge stack of legalese. These are all just a smattering of documents that, like, just skimming through, you couldn't tell if it's just a meaningless NDA or if it's like a secret mega project that could be the make or break Tetsuo. Like, it is too dense. You would have to take a serious amount of time to sit down and decipher all of the
Okay. Well,
context.
thankfully, I don't need to because we have a camera, so I'm just gonna briefly like shift through the pages so that she catches them on record, on the camera record, and I'll just put them back because we don't have to sift through them. We can sift through them later.
I will say if you are going through and like steadying the camera so that you get a still image of every page, this is like a 6-inch stack of paper, so it'd still take a few minutes. If you wanted to kit all of it, you can. It's just a matter of where people will be in their rotation.
God damn it! Sorry, I just
What?
was reading things and realized I should have been rolling higher than I have been.
Okay.
Because I get a +1 from my origin, but I also get a +1 against cartels from my Don't Be Evil. So I've been needing to be getting an extra bonus on top of things.
So you might have gotten a ghost.
Yeah, I should technically any hacking roll I have done thus far.
At a +1.
Yeah, add a +1 and anything that could be considered remotely social as far as like knowing shit about it, add a +1.
You wouldn't. Go back and check. I don't think your hacking would have changed because when you were below 16 or below 15, you were below it enough that it was not.
I remember one of her rolls she was off by 1. One of the 16 DC 16 she got a 15 on.
No, yeah, we've corrected that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You're good. But all the other rolls were, yeah, you either crushed it or were under. So your hacking rolls stay the same. I will say just for the +1 that you can have some extra information about those 3 hackers. But it's not going to be anything that comes into play right now, because I need to think on more about what you should get.
Okay.
Okay. Honestly, the stacks wouldn't be that heavy, so I'll just take them. Should I take the packages or take the gold?
Well, how heavy would the hermetically, like how heavy and big is the case?
The only thing I'm worried about the hermetically sealed is that hermetically means airtight.
Yes,
So it could be chemical weapon.
it is.
Like,
It
I
is
doubt,
a. It is a steel-contained, hermetically sealed box. It is about the size of, maybe like 4-inch cube.
Which would be
4
easy for you.
inches? That's easy to carry. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would, I understand the concern. It would just be a concern of not letting it get damaged while we're running with it. Between all of our bullshit, like allies, and all of our bullshit on our own, we probably can find a way to open it in a relatively safe environment.
Yeah. Okay. We have been getting for that.
We also technically have Maxine, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was gonna say Maxine might be able to help if we
Yeah.
ask her nicely and
Okay.
give her.
I will take the
Recipes.
package. I'll take the papers. Is there anything else besides the gold here that catches my attention?
Nothing. There's nothing else in there that really matters. It is just a massive stack of legal papers that are important enough to be sealed behind a vault door.
Okay. So I'll grab the papers. I'll grab the package. I won't take the gold because it's heavy, and the art above is probably just as valuable.
Isn't art bulky?
Okay.
Take the pillowcase. Take the pillowcase and put the gold in it.
Like
Might
a
as
big
well
old
take
cartoon villain.
Unfortunately, I think if we wanted the gold, Kaya or Lockhart would have to be inside because neither Neon or Legacy are ones that could be strong enough to really deal with gold. Because
Yeah.
gold is fucking heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
gold
no, I'll
is
just take
heavy.
the art. The art
Mini
isn't as
Larry's.
heavy and much more carryable.
Wait, mini Larrys can help, right?
The mini
I don't
Larrys,
want to
it would.
test the mini Larrys to this. I want them to get the data.
I would say it would
I'm
take.
using Big Larry for the data. The mini Larrys are with Neon.
The mini Larrys could all together carry 1 gold bar
I
Yeah.
don't.
because they are much smaller than main Larry.
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
it says like in the thing, it says blah, blah, blah. One of the things that's like, yeah, it can help with lifting heavier loads, surveying a large area, and so on.
I don't want to task all the mini Larrys to it just for gold bar though. I prefer them as my
I mean,
engineers.
Okay.
The gold bars are tempting, but that's very much a
Greed killer.
yeah. That Joe threw that in because he knows
Yeah,
that we're going to be
fuck
desperate for
us.
cash.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, paintings also worth a lot of money. Much more carryable.
They're
Just eat it out the window in front of you.
Yep.
Yeah, you've got 10 mini Larrys at your disposal.
Think of all the, again, that data we can put on the dark
Yeah.
web or sell, you know?
Yeah. I mean, that's going to be valuable in and of itself, too. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
Legacy will close once you get the case and the papers. We'll close the vault. I would suggest Legacy will be quiet for a moment, maybe. I don't know if you want to go back up there when the dude might still be on break. Maybe wait till you hear him go by. Just a
Yeah,
thought.
I was going to. Yeah. I'll wait until after the guard walks by, but before the other guy walks back up, because I assume it's going to be like, my break's over, you can go back up sort of thing.
So Lockhart, you would know this, and as they're discussing that, you would know that the breaks typically cycle after about an hour. So if a break just ended, it's likely that you have another 50-ish minutes before the other guard is like, okay, my turn to cycle off.
Well, there's...
Is there a window in this bedroom, by the way?
There is a window, and it is on the broadside wall here.
I'll just go out the window.
I was about to say it's you know those windows that are like above front doors that are very narrow and wide. It's one of those. It's like a it's letting in some of the natural light.
Is it
but-
small girl size?
You could squeeze through, but you would leave behind the stack of papers. You could take the hermetically sealed case because it is small enough.
Well, if I get like Lockhart to come over here, I could slip the stuff through to her.
Yeah, you could slip the papers in piecemeal,
Yeah.
but you wouldn't have you would have to slip the papers through piecemeal, and then they're just papers. They're just going to go everywhere.
But it's a 6-inch stack, right? It's not that big.
If Neon can slip through, Neon is going to be thicker than 6 inches.
Yeah, I assume.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Like,
Yes.
For some reason, I was thinking of it as like, I was thinking of it in like long ways, and I was like, yeah, you can't fit the bag through that way, and I was like, oh, sideways, yes, yeah, you could do that.
Okay.
So,
It's like, how thin do you, I know, like, Piper said small girl, but how small do you think she is?
so
She's like 4 feet.
Stanley.
Yeah, she's short. She is short. Short girl.
being a gremlin here, if there's a window, we can take the gold with us.
we're not gonna. This is
That's true.
somebody who literally
That's-
has a character named Chaos in this campaign. We're not dealing with the gold bars, okay?
yeah, the gold I feel like would be harder to get rid of too.
Yeah. Nah.
Okay, what's the plan?
I would like to slip through the window and have Lockhart there to assist me.
So you are a little bit over 20 feet up from this window.
I will jump.
Like hard catch.
Are you
I
gonna?
can jump. I have spring legs, so I have a higher jump.
This is true. Are you going to pass the stuff through, or just keep it on you and squeeze through?
I'll pass the stuff first and then squeeze through.
Okay. So Lockhart, you run down to the side there. As you're running down that side, though, you will have to roll me a quick stealth check. Because unless you don't care, you might be seen by the terrace walking guard.
We'll wait for Kaya to give the signal for that.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
that's
mini
good.
Larrys.
Kaya monitoring. Yeah.
Yeah, mini Larrys are on monitor duty.
Okay.
Like,
So,
all right, ready? All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
yeah. So
Dash, 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 dash,
you wait for the guard to run over to that side, and you get to the window. The window doesn't open normally. This is a window that is meant to just be like a glass light-through window. You can try to hack it or push it, but this is like a thin, more I don't know how to describe it. It's like one of those header windows that you see. That's not like an actual.
It's more decorative than anything.
Yeah. But it does have a middle compartment that looks openable. With a light push, though, it doesn't seem to respond.
Would I have... Well, I did scan this room earlier and see all the network in this room. So would I know if
Yes.
there's a network to the window?
Yes, and from what you can tell, there doesn't appear to be any sort of digital connection. What you can glean from this is that this is a three-paned glass of like 3 different panes of glass that are lined up in a very tight configuration. They don't actually open. It is a like structurally decorative window for the bedroom.
Okay, so Legacy is not going to be able to hack it. So she
Correct.
will tell the other two that they're going to have to find a manual way through the window because she can't get through.
There's always breaking it if needed. Is there a way to pop the glass out?
Yeah, I was thinking like I could take a knife and like chisel it out, like chisel a frame out.
And I can strength it.
Mhm. If you could reach it, you'd have to get up there to reach it.
Yeah, it's 20 feet up.
Okay.
Does Larry have the little R2-D2 blowtorch?
Larry has fine manipulation. He's smart, he's clever, he can swarm. I have
Like
a
a whole bunch
question.
of mini
though.
Larrys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bunch of mini Larrys. While Kaya is on drone duty, being the operator she never acts like, she has her 3D printer. And I'm just like, you gotta install those glass planes somehow. Could
Hold
Kaya
up.
have...
Let's take a break for a moment. This up on the second floor leads to the roof, right?
Mm-hmm.
Once this guard is away from this area, we can do the jump off plan. And then just have Kaya catch me. Rather than going through this hellscape.
We could just wait.
Could wait.
I'm not waiting 50 minutes in enemy territory.
Yeah, to be fair, if like you said, well, you could just wait. Legacy would be like, I don't.
It's sweet.
There's
No.
a little. There is. I do not trust that Longview's not gonna fucking find me very quickly here.
Yeah.
We have like maybe 10 minutes before I am fucking done.
Yeah.
So-
No, let's do that plan instead.
Legacy, make me a ghost roll.
I have to use restroom right quick.
And Kaya, what is your engineering bonus?
Which one? I've got a 2 in electrical and a 1 in regular engineering.
The electrical one, so 2.
Yes.
So, Legacy, roll your ghost with a +2.
+2.
Huh. What is this?
Hey,
Holy shit.
hi.
So this, as you are talking about, like, yeah, 10 minutes, da da da, and then Longview might find, and then you realize that you've been running through this communication, and it is an open communication. It can be tracked and it can be traced, and you immediately whirl around and put 100% of your focus on verifying that you have not been just talking on an open network that's been tapped, and you're safe. You're safe. Nobody's found it yet. You don't know if how soon it will be before somebody finds it, but you have no way to encrypt this channel right now. So talking is a luxury.
Like you hear Legacy cut off mid-sentence. There's silence. Silence. Just get the fuck out.
Alright. I'll try to catch you, I guess.
Sorry, I'm not at the computer, but I am jumping down then.
Yeah. You know, now I think
Okay.
about it, you think Lockout would be better at catching someone.
Well, you both can be over there. Fucking go around the building.
Yeah.
We need to get out.
So roll me a hack for the camera as she darts out of the bedroom.
What do I want to do here? I am not. The paranoia has set in for me. So, I will use my last prep and do my second data bomb. So he now has 2 disadvantages.
Mm-hmm.
And I will get a couple of advantages.
And we have the kill switch if we need it.
Mm-hmm.
Let me double check this one more time. I get advantage on the next couple of rolls. Okay. Go back down to this. Ooh, 15.
That
Beats it.
barely gets there. So, you glitch that camera out, and Neon runs through and makes it up into the stairwell.
Okay. Legacy, did you see any alarms on those paintings? Because I could just grab one on my way out.
I don't know. Did I? Do I?
I mean, if
make-
there are, blackout, bug out button.
You can roll me a hack check to check the security systems for the artwork. Hack check. To hack the security systems to see if there's anything connected to the different art pieces.
This will be my second of my 3 advantages. 16.
Okay.
And it's double force.
Double force. This is true. So you flip through it, you can see that every single piece of art has a pressure sensor attached to it. If it is touched, it will go off.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting any of the artwork, Neon.
But
Not
the
this
bug
time.
out button. But the bug out button.
That's if we're going out with a fucking bang. Are we going out with a bang? I can do the bug out blackout. But you've got to get the fuck out of Dodge real fucking fast.
Kaya and Lockhart, you're both standing out near that area still behind the house, right?
They should be walking around to the other side if we're heading upstairs and heading out a different
Yeah.
window.
Yeah.
We're getting ready to catch a
Catch
ninja.
Neon. Yeah.
Okay. Kaya, as you are you're getting into position, you see through one of the Larry drones. First off, Big Larry comes and hands you another deck. Second off, the Larry drone that you positioned in the stairwell, he can see the guard who's on the rooftop. He is, again, another lap, right about the same spot as he was before, heading towards this part of the roof.
Oh, wait, let me see. Where?
He's about where he was before.
He's heading
And
over
he's-
here.
He's going this way.
All right. She will relay this information to Neon on what she wants to do. It might be better to just go out the office window.
If
I think she's heading
Well-
over to this window on the other side by the other black.
yeah. This
Underneath
long
the
ass window
skylights
right
down
here.
the art hallway, other window.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to get past the sunlight, the skylights to get there.
Which he's not looking
Yes,
at right now.
He's already passed the skylights, so you're
Oh, he's
safe
already
to.
passed?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
yeah.
you're safe
So-
to dash down there and round the corner.
Okay,
Mhm.
so
Well, if you
I
guys are
guess
talking about the blackout shit, Legacy, you'll see, that's on you guys. Because as soon as you cut power, I'm out. There is no
well,
more
we don't
chaos.
have to. We don't have to. You don't have to talk like that. We're a team. And
I
you need to
know.
learn to be more
Really
trusting in your
quick.
friends.
So you get right here, and
Uh-huh.
you don't hear it, but this time it's in front of you and you see it. And you can see right in this corner is a security camera positioned over this stairwell and part of this window.
Fine, I'll use my last advantage here. I'll take,
Ooh.
I think, my last stealth.
That is your last ghost.
But that's
Um,
fine because we're out.
Yep.
But it worked.
It did work. So you hear the of the camera and you see the actual light, the little blip just shut off. And you see this window here as you run up to it. It is a like a typical like long ornate window. It has a not a grate, like the little screen, but that's not an issue for you to maneuver around and push past. Let me see, because we have middle section. Neon, roll me a stealth roll.
I still have a life, so that's fine.
Okay.
Oh wait,
Okay.
that's technically a 10, but
Yeah, that's fine. Still a failure. That is your last stealth. But you dart around the corner, and as you get to the window, you hear like a guard standing up, and then moving around. You're not sure which direction he's moving, but you can hear movement in this area. You're at the window, and the window slides open, and now you have the grate. Legacy, make a ghost check.
Well, I forget. I actually it's fucking rolling +2 against cartel. God damn it.
Okay. So as you are getting through this last little bit here, you're going through the security systems, and you can see as you're just kind of resting in the network, you start to notice that systems are they're triggering offbeat from what you've seen before.
time to go.
And the general gist of what you're getting is this would be like someone going for what you were doing to slightly tune a guitar. This would be someone tuning it back in the other direction.
Mm.
You have somebody's attention.
Uh-oh.
Let's go. Time to go.
Okay, so Kaya and Lockhart, you are on the opposite side of the building, right?
We're
We're
position-
going over to catch her.
To catch me. Yeah.
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 So you're over here then.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
I can't tell where she is.
Roughly there.
Somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. So after a minute or two, you see a light or a soft shadow like flicker as someone moves. This is higher up. This is like 30-ish, 35 feet up. Because it's on the second floor area. But you can see Neon way up there. Kaya, you're timing it in your, or not Kaya, Lockhart, you're timing it in your head because you've been trying to monitor these guards' positions just by memory, because these security types are pretty strict on the schedule. And so you're timing it, and from what you remember, the guard will be making a round in the next 2 minutes. He'll peel around this corner here and be in direct eye line of Kaya.
Good thing we're leaving.
Yes. So,
No.
go ahead and make a quick roll and a stealth roll. So this is to be quiet in your escape and also to not hurt yourself.
I have spring legs, so I get advantage.
You have advantage on your quick check to not bust your tootsies.
And the 200 should have some prep to spend on making sure they catch her.
And Kai has the ability to spend prep on other people. Holy shit.
Now roll your stealth check. So this is.
I didn't mean to roll the advantage, but
that'd be a 13.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Fine. So you maneuver yourself out the window and put one foot up. Throw yourself out. Lockhart or Kaya, who is catching?
I'll take it.
Okay.
You're dealing with Larry, so I got this.
Okay, I was gonna say, is there any way Kaya can help those rolls?
I will say that you could help, but it's the primary who is going to make, or whose tough stat are we using?
Lockhart's tough stat.
Gotcha.
Kaya will try to assist the descent.
Give it advantage and spend a prep to boost.
Yeah.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to do that. So I'm trying to imagine how, she pulls out, like, a flash of movement from her tool bag. She pulls out a roll of, like, grease cleaning wipes, and she uses that to cushion one of the sharp edges of the wall that Neon's gonna bounce off of.
So, go ahead. Sorry.
I have neglected to do this. I'm not going to retroactively make this happen, but I forgot that there's security cameras on the front-facing terrace here. Whoops.
That's fine.
But continue with what you were saying, Lockhart.
So Kai was boosting my roll, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And I can use a prep to also boost myself, can't I?
You can. That would give you 2 boosts.
Yes. I just want to make sure this goes cleanly.
The DC for this is, I will say, the DC for this is 16. It's been, actually no, it's just 16 to avoid hurting yourself or Neon.
If I take damage, I take damage. That's fine.
I'm fine with that as well. But could I add my hand-to-hand combat as like kind of knowing how to deal with, like, to knowing how to like fall, knowing how to catch someone, knowing like proper landing maneuvers, I guess, but the opposite.
I would say not for this.
Okay.
Because you're not actually going to be utilizing the hand-to-hand in a way that is to help someone from a throw.
It's fair.
Okay.
I'll just take the 2 boosts. I think it'll be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Barely.
Whew.
Okay.
Whew.
Perfect.
That extra boost came in handy.
Yeah.
Mhm. So, you, Neon, jump out of the window, and remarkably, Kaya and Lockhart, it is a silent descent, as there's a brief moment of like, and Lockhart, you reach up, and you're just tall enough that you catch her, but it's a fairly good fall, and you stagger a little bit. It's not a perfect landing, and Neon will your foot as you land just barely hits the ground, and there is this sudden jolt of like that shoots up your leg. You'll have 1 wound.
That's fine.
And you feel that your leg just like seize up, and it hurt in the same way that like when your arm goes numb, it hurt, and you're just like, oh fuck.
Slightly sprained. Can you get me to the car, please?
Nod.
Okay.
My hero.
So I am going to need stealth checks on your exit from you two for this camera, unless Legacy wants to help.
Why don't we just go out the back? Go.
There is no back this way.
There's no street or
Alright.
anything? Okay.
No, the street's front facing. This back area connects to the actual
Gotcha.
station.
I can try to help you.
Please boost the rolls.
Because not only do we have to dodge the cameras, we have to dodge the guy too, right?
Yes, the guy is going to be, if you are timing it right, and Kaya, you check your heads up display. This dude is about right here.
Ooh,
Wanna get a mini Larry to distract him?
Larry?
Alternatively, you could just punch his lights out when he crosses.
I'm carrying you.
You can
This is
threat
why-
me down. You can threat me down.
It's true. She can walk. It's just she'll be a little bit slower.
This is
Yeah.
Straight
And also, is he-
roll.
Is he on the
Mhm.
bottom floor or is he on the above us?
He is on the bottom floor.
Oh, so Lock T is in punching range.
She could be. She could be in
Or-
punching range with a quick hop, skip, and a jump.
Or we could just boost our rolls and get out of here. Or we
Yeah.
can punch.
I will say
Unfortunately, how Legacy's hacking does.
I will say I am officially out of all prep. I'm null, and I have no more advantages on anything. So everything for Legacy from this point forward is straight rolls.
Oof. Okay.
And
yeah.
grit.
To be honest, I think maybe just leaving it to us would be better, just so we don't deal with what was it, Longview?
Mhm.
Long view.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So
I
when the
think
guy crosses, we just ambush his ass.
we
Or
could just run.
yeah, we could
Like
try
we've been
to stealth
we've been
and
doing
boost-
all stealthy.
Lockhart, he does have a gun. You know this.
Yeah. Okay,
It's
I can.
Not a rifle,
I
but
can.
he will
can
have an
stealth.
opportunity to shoot.
We can stealth it.
I
or
mean,
You
roll.
can try to
I'll run.
stealth it.
mm,
I'm in your arms, Blondie.
yeah,
You-
that's
you
the
got us.
thing. That's the thing. Like, I would totally take the hit, but who's gonna carry you?
The other strong one.
The other strong
Can you?
one.
All right, what do you? What?
Why
what's the-
wouldn't
what's the
she
play?
be able to?
Okay, okay,
Play.
fine. We'll swap. I'll hand
Listen
you the
here,
fucking-
you.
I'll hand you the ninja princess.
Mechanically, there's no issue with me. I was just playing it up for role
Yeah,
playing.
yeah. Just
Oh,
like,
okay.
excuse me.
Mechanically, I'm fine.
Yeah.
I will.
You have an
hand-
ouchie.
I will hand the ninja princess to the mechanic,
Yeah.
And-
Mechanic can handle princess.
and and I will just tell you guys to run. I'll cover
Okay.
you.
So are
Okay.
you just forsaking stealth to sprint?
I would like to try to stealth before
Yeah.
that, just
Yeah.
to time the camera.
Hi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Try to stealth, boost the rolls.
you will have disadvantage because you are carrying someone.
I don't need to
but-
actually carry her though. She can walk.
Yeah, no, it's just for roleplay purposes, not mechanics.
This is true, yeah, because she's just moving slower.
Alright, then she's already carried.
So if you're stealthing, roll your stealth rolls. Lockhart, if you are gonna sneak up right around the edge here and then try to jump him, roll a stealth roll and then get ready to roll for combat.
13 double threes.
13 and double threes. Kaya?
Yeah, there is nothing Kaya can use. Wait 1 second.
Use a prep.
No, yeah, I'm gonna use a prep. What? I have a.
Mhm.
This is stupid.
Mm-hmm. I love it.
So she's got the 3D printer ability.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, stop laughing long enough to tell us what you want to do.
I'm sorry. Okay.
No, you're good. I'm very interested to see how this becomes dumb.
I imagine that there's like. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay, so you know those things that like make a noise when you throw them, like the little wind whistle things you put on cars to
Mhm.
scare away deer, but they never fucking work because deers don't give a shit or they get too used to it.
Mhm.
Can Kaya have printed one of those and then lob it in the opposite direction to make a noise go?
So you want to throw a noisemaker
Through the wind,
this way?
like in a way to make it just to +1 to this roll to make him look the other direction just for a second.
I will. So there's not really an angle that would work super well for this, but I will not begrudge you the +1. You have this little whistly doodle, and you can lean back and just pitch it into the air as hard as you can, so it's almost straight up.
Yes.
So the dude looks up.
Yes, that's all I ask.
And go.
Okay.
Go.
Yeah. So go ahead, roll your stealth
Hey,
+1.
you did
There
better
you
than
go.
the ninja.
So-
Starting? Okay.
That 3D printer came in clutch.
Okay. Let's go. Okay.
And the gone.
Yeah. So you, Lockhart, did you roll stealth?
No, I didn't. You wanted me real quick, right?
Yes, you're to roll a quick check to hide.
I doubt, but throw the assessment for timing.
No. I am
I tried.
sorry.
Ah,
Ooh,
big sad.
can I
It's
fucking boost that?
If you have prep for it,
I have prep for that. I'd like to boost
Okay.
that for her.
go ahead and roll a d6. You're gonna need a 6. Okay.
Oof.
it's okay. I wanted to be noticed. It's fine.
So we booked it though.
So I will offer this last thing, because you are going to be seen by the guard and the camera. Legacy, you can hack the camera to cover up the trace.
I will attempt it.
Okay. We're doing a lot of rolls, and then everything's gonna happen all at once.
17 double fours.
Okay. So you're watching all of this transpire, Legacy, through Neon's eyes, and you are just getting like hair pulling out of your head, stressed. Kaya, you are like, oh, I've got this dumb thing. Reach into your pocket and then lean back and do your best impersonation of a Boston Red Sox pitcher. And
She
fucking
was a pitcher. What are you talking about?
yes,
It's been a
you-
few years though.
you
It has.
lean back and stick one leg up and take a step and fucking shoot it as hard as you can towards the sky, which in this case is just like other parts of the station. So you pitch it straight up, and you hear the noise as it sails up into the air. And as soon as you let go of it, you are sprinting forward. Neon has already started to hobble after you. It's a little awkward. She's moving slower, and it's kind of like a weird stutter to her gait. And as you both round this corner, you Kaya hear the guard say like, "What the?" And he's looking up, and like you can see his Adam's apple, and he is reaching for something in his coat. Lockhart, you peel around the corner, and there's a, and the camera looks directly at you, and then it just, and the light shuts off. And you are right here. You have one action before this dude sees you. What do you do?
Kaya and Neon are already gone. They're safe.
They are out of view of the camera, so they won't be recorded. This dude might still see you. You're gambling on whether or not he's going to be like, "Hey, wait, stop, and then pull out a gun, or if he's just going to be like, "Hey, dish, dish, dish."
Okay.
What are you doing?
I'm reading something. I kind of want to use tank, because that was kind of the goal here.
Tank? Okay.
To basically cover them. I have the armor, essentially. I can take a hit, is what I'm betting on here.
So you're going to run?
Yep.
Okay.
Very
So-
clearly
He
putting
aims
her
for-
body between.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so you turn on your heel, seeing that dude look up and is distracted, and you run back this way. You're all safely out of view of the camera as you are full tilt running down the side of this little grassy hill. Well, it's AstroTurf. This AstroTurfy hill. You hit the sidewalk, and then you hear the, "What the fuck?" And then you look over your shoulder. The dude is going for his gun, but you are at a distance that he's confused as to why you're running. It's suspicious, but you're not so close that he immediately knows you were in the compound.
So we're good, basically.
Yeah, I think so. I think you guys are good. I'm gonna make one more roll, which is gonna be at disadvantage.
Ha!
Yeah. So you guys are running. You run down the sidewalk. The dude you can see over your shoulder as you three look around, and or actually, yeah, because Legacy can see through the glasses. You look over your shoulder, and you can see him like he puts a hand to his ear, and then starts to turn and go inside the building. You can tell that there's some wheels moving now, but you are out. And Kaya, roll me 2d6.
Why the fuck?
Because he likes
Larry.
to do a luck check at least once.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks,
It brings me big joy.
Larry.
Okay. So, you, as you're running, you look up and up towards the back of the building, and you can see Larry, like, cruising down the side of it, going way faster than you've ever seen him go. He's holding a hard drive above his head.
Oh my god.
It is the last hard drive as he rockets down the side of the building. And you see, let me roll. Okay. And one more for me. Ooh. Oh, okay. So he is rocketing down the side of the building. You can see that he has the hard drive above his head, and there is a rope tied around like his like front section.
Mm-hmm.
He's bringing the grappling hook,
Oh,
and he runs down the side of the building, or hovers down the side of the building, and then he's going so fast that the magnet doesn't have a chance to like reorient fast enough, so he goes towards the ground, pulls up, and there's a little bit of like tunk as he bounces off the ground and like gets dizzy a little bit. You can you can't hear it from where you are, but you definitely like have a sympathetic oof, because he hits the dirt. The hard drive hits his head. He hits the dirt again, and then gets up off the ground and starts like dizzily flying away. And he gets about 20 or so feet. You think he's home free, and then at the top of the hill, he crests downward, and he just hitches to a dead stop when the grappling hook he tied around his waist catches on the ground.
Oh, Kai's gonna help him.
Let's
yeah,
go.
I'll run after to help.
Pick us up, Legacy, and we'll go help the small child.
Oh, bud, you didn't have to get another one.
So
Oh, fuck.
he is, to give you an idea, he is coming down from this side of the building, and then he gets right about here, and then starts diving this way. So he is running in the opposite direction that you guys are running, because it's closer towards the vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Because this was the point of ingress. So he's like, okay, I'm going back this way. And he gets to about this square I'm pointing to when the hook catches. So he's closer to the house than you all are at this point.
Is the dude back inside?
The dude is inside.
Okay.
As of right now, you can see no dude on the roof and no dude on the terrace.
Let's just get in the van, pick up the boy, and go.
I guess
Well, yeah.
Legacy will be carefully driving down the street. She's gonna have to drive in front of the house at this rate.
Well, you could turn around and run the other way. It's not the best option, but it'll get us closer to the car, or at least cross the street.
Yeah, can we like cross the street?
Mhm.
Go
Yeah.
around, go cross street again, pick up Larry, get back to the van.
Yeah, so let me do a quick like sketch of how this is like kind of laid out. So you have, this is the street. There is a hill, so this is like the driveway walkway, and then there is the front of the house, and then it peels into the station at large. So Larry is about here, and y'all are about here.
Yeah, can we
The vehicle
I'll
is
double
down
back.
here.
can we do a little bit of a whoop, whoop, whoop?
Yeah, so Legacy driving forward. Just roll me a cool Legacy. Or what's your cool defense actually?
My cool defense?
Mm-hmm.
I had 8.
Okay, so you're fine. You're not like stomping on the gas freaking out, but you know, if literally anybody saw your face, they would think you were about to shit yourself.
I can take over driving at any time, by the way.
You gotta get to the car first. She's the only one in the car right now.
So
The only
So-
person in this entire group that does not drive, and you have her as the fucking getaway driver.
Well, if you don't want to be on location, you gotta stay in the fucking
Do you
car.
Right.
want her to be on location?
white knuckle gripping the wheel, you drive forward nice and calm, the residential area, and you see Larry hooked on the ground on the hill with a hard drive over his head and a rope around his waist. And he looks up at you, and you can see part of the screen on his like visor is cracked from him hitting the ground and then
Aw.
bonking his head and then hitting the ground again. And he looks up at you, and then his face like skips and stutters, and then he smiles and waves.
Your robot is going to get us caught.
This robot has been a valuable member of the team.
Get your
You-
robot.
You hear over the comm, Kaya, from Larry, "Do I bring the hook?"
No.
That's a full sentence. Kaya just like short circuits for a second, like, oh my god, that's a full sentence. And then she says, but don't worry about it. You can just leave it, alright? Just get back to the van safely, right?
You hear, you can physically hear him go like, and then, Legacy, you see this Lockhart as you are like beelining across the street and trying to sprint towards him because you are the fastest next to Neon, who currently is suffering from partial foot sprain. You can see Larry. He takes one manipulator down, like sets the hard drive on top of his head, and you see a flick of his little manipulators, and then the rope comes loose. He reaches up and grabs the hard drive, and then putters up like no problem. And then in just seconds, he makes it to the van and swoops in through the window across your lap, Legacy, and then into the passenger seat.
Then you foresee. The fucking no!
Legs, be nice.
Do you want me to crash the van? I'm going to crash the van.
Okay, I'm driving.
Legs.
Let me drive.
Legs, you are rolling at 2 miles an hour on an empty street.
There's a reason why I run everywhere.
Okay, I'll drive. Move over.
Let's just get out of here.
Okay, I'm gonna make a couple checks here. At disadvantage again. Those last 3 checks were actually, or the last 2 checks were actually good. So you guys are in the car, getting away. You are about halfway down the street, and Legacy, you look over. You're not in the network anymore. Your proxy is out, and you're just looking at the building fade away into the distance. And as you do, you see all of the windows on the side of the building go black. And that's all you can make out from this distance.
Let's go to
And
Spaghetti's, yeah?
You did it. You heisted the day.
We heisted today. Let's go to Spaghetti's, see what's in that fucking container, yeah?
Or Maxine's. I don't know who would be more likely to have a safe, hermetically sealed room that we can use.
Yeah, Maxine might. Spaghetti.
But is Maxine on our side, though? She just helped us with the observers. We don't know she's, like, a criminal.
We
Whereas
can always just ask
Spaghetti-
her.
It's true, but she is not on Tetsuo's side. We know that because she's from Ogremok.
I think she creates more variables until we know for sure what side she's on. Because, yeah, she's not with Tetsuo's side, but she could just turn around and give that tech to Ogremok.
She could, yeah. She could just be her own.
Let's start with Spaghetti. Because Spaghetti's super scientist.
Alright.
We'll head towards Spaghetti.
I'm sure they're not
Spaghetti.
have a poisonous,
Okay.
potentially poisonous item there, but okay.
How many hard drives did we get?
All of them.
5.
5. Oh, you didn't get all of them. You got all but 1. There were 6. I thought you got 5. I thought you got all 6.
Oh, I mean, if you're gonna give us 6.
Oh,
You said
Joe,
all.
I would like to make a flashback real quick. With the prep.
Oh, okay.
So I still had a bug left over. Earlier I didn't put it in the lounge, but could I retroactively put it in the lounge? While I was still out there before the guard moved over there?
Okay. Where in the lounge? Under the table? In between the couch cushions?
Under the table, like taped behind a leg.
Okay. Roll me a stealth check.
Okay. Gotta use the last of my prep to boost, because why not?
Phew.
16. So technically you can't, or you have to use a prep to do a flashback. but if
I had another prep left over.
okay, I thought you were saying you were using your last prep to do this instead of like the flashback, and that makes sense.
No.
So 16, cool.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
We
so,
might as well put it down, right?
Yep. Exactly. That is an awesome finisher. So first floor and the lounge on the second floor.
Oh, it's like the end of the episode where it's like, hey, so what did you do with that extra bug? Flashback. Hard cut to what she did with it.
Smash cut to one of the guards smoking a cigarette in the lounge, and then another dude busting in like, hey, I think we got a security leak. What? It's like, a security leak, get the fuck over here. He's like, okay, and he gets up, camera pans down to a bug taped to a leg of the chair, or a table.
Yeah.
We have the lounge, the office, and the bedroom. We got 5 data banks. We got a duffel bag full of legal paperwork. And then a case of something.
Yeah,
I think
you
we
did
got a
it.
good haul. We've yet to decode it, but
Yeah.
Ben Getty, what's in the box? What's in the
Well,
box?
we should start
That-
next time because it's 12:30.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is
the
a
fruits of my
perfect place to end it.
labors. I want to keep going.
Oh, if only.
GG crew.
So I would
Late
like to
nights.
point out we have had a almost 5.5 hour session.
But it was fun. Let's go for another 2 hours. We're not doing anything.
Let's go again. Let's go again.
No one's
Alright, just
doing
to
anything,
clarify,
right?
how many hard drives are you giving us?
5.
5.
Okay. So we have 5
We
hard
don't
drives.
know what's on
Okay.
them, but we have them.
Yep, I'm
We had
imagining that's gonna be a legacy task for the next
Oh,
couple
yeah.
sessions.
It's gonna be one of those grind it out sort of tasks where you're like, oh god, this is gonna take for fucking ever.
No,
That was
but
a really good session.
it's been like
Good
2
haul.
weeks since I went and annoyed a hijack. So
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Poor hijack.
that should be enough time for him to have cooled down just a tiny bit.
Okay.
That should make
And
things go
enlisted
faster.
Betty.